Hello, universe. Sorry, I'm a little delayed today. I swear it wasn't supposed to take that long, but hello. Hello, Q. How's it going? I have YouTube chat working too. Forgot I'm gleba right now. Glebbing all over the place, as it were. I wish you said hello back because I have your my headphones in. Almost sounded like a phone call. Dang, I feel blessed. I was gonna say it's been a while since I've had a phone call, but I think it's more accurate to say if it's been a while since I've had a phone call with anyone that wasn't my mom or a doctor. I guess not a doctor specifically, but you know what I mean. I forgot that I was making gleba good again, or acceptable for the first time, perhaps. Hey Dorb, how's it going? There's so much excess jelly stuff. We should probably just start making gleba into something. Let's think about this pragmatically for a moment. What do we want to get out of gleba? Well, one, we want to leave gleba because we're stuck here, and two, we want to make agricultural science packs. And agricultural science packs simply come from bioflux, which we're making plenty of right now. I mean, we can make more for sure. It's easy to make bioflux, and pentapod eggs. And pentapod eggs come from nutrients, pentapod eggs, and water. So we're going to need to produce a lot of nutrients, and we're going to need to produce a lot of bioflux. It will take a little bit of time for us to produce a few seeds out here to get our farms, because we just upgrade our farms a little bit. But we push the pentapods back really far, and we're making like nothing in regards to pollution right now, so it should be just fine to start working on the actual production. I'd like to also make more land there so we can grow more trees, but again, that's neither here than there right now. We just need to wait on seeds. Sometimes you just gotta ride a belt though and think about life. So agricultural science is certainly like really high up the tier list, but also is getting off. And getting off is actually going to be a lot more complex than one would like. So we need to create a cargo landing pad, or excuse me, a rocket silo, because we didn't ship over any of the stuff. We could just ship over the stuff for a rocket silo, but much of what we need to ship over anyways, we're going to need to use for the rocket, at least the processing units. I guess there's no low density structure needed in that. Low density structure takes plastic, so we're going to need to solve copper. I mean, we're going to need to smelt things here, so we're going to need to set up a furnace stack and production of ore, as well as some plastic. That's probably a good place to look. How do we get light oil is a good question. I don't think I can get crude oil here, can I? Oh, okay. There's rocket fuel from jelly. That's actually really easy. We completely forget what I was talking about. This is easy. I should be making this now just to burn through some jelly. So we're making rocket fuel out of jelly, so that's completely solved. We need plastic and sulfuric acid. Those are the two main things that are holding us back, because plastic's going to be necessary for our circuits as well as the low density structure. And I believe we have a formula for plastic as well that we can use. We can. Okay, so Yumako mash is going to turn into plastic, and jelly is going to turn into rocket fuel. We can also make lubricant here with jelly as well. So we can make blue belts and stuff on site, but I don't really see a reason to. I think we're going to just ship those in for now. But yeah, so let's start making... I guess let's stop wasting our excess and start turning it into storable materials. Should be easy enough to do that. Okay. So I think the best plan is to just move this. I want to have like main lines of these. Let's start building without removing it for now. So I just want to have a main line of jelly nut, or I guess jelly, and a main line of bioflux, not bioflux, Yumako mash. We have those come out. What are those being used for? We're putting them into bioflux to make bioflux. How much of this do we produce? So it's weird. So we produce 10.6 per these per second with the expectation that we are never running out of jelly nut, which is totally possible per machine. So assuming that we're doing that, we're making 20.6 per second. This consumes like nothing. This consumes like, what, 2 per second? Effectively. So we have a huge excess now, which is why they're all just going into our power for the moment. We can fix that pretty easily. I'd like to move this, but I don't think it's time to yet. I think we need to keep it here for the moment. So let's just do a little factory planning. So we need to make... What is this? I always want to call it mutagel, but it's not mutagel. Bioflux. We need to make bioflux. Where are we going to make bioflux? We might as well just make it partway down the line here. So we're going to have our stuff shoot down here, and we'll have bioflux here, we'll say. How many bioflux makers do we want is a question. 3 fits in really nicely, so we could just do 3. I don't know if 3 is sufficient or not. Whoops, I don't have red grabbies. Yeah, we have plenty of blue belts and stuff. So if we do one of them this way, one of them this way, we can input there. We do need to work with the expectation that there's going to be an output of spoilage. So anything we design, we want to design with spoilage output, because currently we have an input for the 2 things that we need, and then an input for, oh right, we also need to input whatever the heck this is called. I wonder if I could put them both in the same belt. Ooh, that gets complex. The nutrients going into the machines for fuel is going to throw me off. Maybe it's, I mean, it'll be much easier if we just don't have the designs smacked into each other then. In that case, I'm going to make a cluster of them, a pod of 4 of them. Is this the right spot? It looks good. It's not. Everything is awful. Kind of hate how that happens. Life comes at you fast. Suddenly things are no longer daijoubu. Okay, so if I input here, I can output the trash onto this belt here, and we'll have a trash output. All 4 of them can output to the same trash, so we'll have that be our spoilage output. We have the luxury of... Whoops. We have the luxury of having it so we can have 2 spoilage outputs if we want. I don't know how fast spoilage will build up in this machine. It really shouldn't, because these things have a really, really slow spoil time. So if we get some, it should just dump out really quickly. What'd you call me? I don't think I called you anything. Did I call you spoilage? I could see myself doing that. Okay, so boom. We now have a spoilage line for this. We've now quadrupled our output on this, assuming that we have the inputs correct. The question becomes, how do we want to do our output? Daijoubu? Oh, I see. Honestly, it's a little bit funky, but I kind of like it. I can just move the whole thing over 1 if I want to do this, though, and have faster inserters at that. I don't think speed is really the issue with this. This design's a little bit convoluted. I feel like I could do it better. I don't know how to right now. So I'm going to just stick with this. I might redesign it later. Once more, we need to operate under the expectation that everything is going to need to have an output. I need to put these somewhere so that I can access them. There we go. So that'll be the spoilage off there. I think this is a problem though. Because technically speaking, there could be spoilage right here and not here, which would create an issue. Not a massive one, because it would clear up within a few minutes. My connection died and I had to switch to Starbee's Wi-Fi. Look, assume I said something really funny, because frankly, I don't remember what I said. I'm sure it wasn't anything like too spectacular, because I'm kind of like... I don't want to say I'm emotionally dissonant today, but I'm definitely having a day for sure. So just pretend I said something real heckin' clever. Like the really like hoo hoo hee hee funny, you know? A real knee slapper. Wait. Okay, no, I should have spoilage lines all go down if I can. They might get backed up though. Having a second spoilage off-put might be a good idea. I mean, this is already a spoilage line, so anything I plug into there is just going to go straight to spoilage, so I guess it's fine to do that. I was like, why are these underground? Oh, because I ran out of belts at one point, I remember. Okay. So that's a spoilage belt, so that should be fine. Spoilage goes out into this belt, which leaves. Adds a spoilage off-put as well. That's a spoilage off-put. This needs a spoilage. This belt does nothing right now, but I understand what its intent is. Maybe I'm overthinking spoilage, but also maybe not, you know? The thing is you gotta design it first. Make it first so that it can suck, and then you can suck with it. And then when you're sucking, everyone's happy. Streaming does tend to help. I appreciate you, Karen. We're just gonna have a positive, happy day with nothing that goes catastrophically wrong. I really don't like this design. This design sparks rage and nothing else. Pure unbridled disappointment. I mean, it's really fine. I'm being a little dramatic. It's not that much unbridled disappointment. It's just a little bit. Ooh, I don't like how that looks either. I hate it here. I don't know what to do with my hands. Honestly, that kind of goes crazy for what I wanted. Okay, so this is now outputting gooby juice. These belts are so spaghetti. There's got to be a much cleaner way to do what I'm doing. Okay, so let's follow the lines. Input green. Green goes through here, but green's not currently being offloaded on, so we need to actually have the green make it onto the belt here. Which this design actually doesn't allow, surprisingly, so we will have to fix that. Okay, so the green in comes, green goes up here, any excess goes out, perfect. Green goes this way. Green needs to go up here, boom. This needs to be a spoilage, boom, spoilage, icky, disgusting. We don't want spoilage. Spoilage goes out. This line's got a spoilage out. That line's got a spoilage out. That line's plugged in. This will make any excess of the fruits just die here, which is fine for now. We also need to feed in Yummy, which we're not doing, which I'm realizing is an issue, but I think I have a really clever way to do it, and it's just going to be with this one line that we already have set up here. I think this is our Yummy line. All things Yummy related are going to be from this line. Yummy nutrients. I sure love being fed my nutrients. It sure is nice being a nutrient-eating human. Is that the most, like... Is that the most natural thing I could say? Am I fitting in? I feel like I made it. Fellow humans. I don't know how many nutrient machines we're gonna need, if I'm being 420 blaze it with you. Which I might be. I try to be 420 blaze it with you when I can. You know that. Come on. Alright, so this is going to be the nutrient output. The fun, quote-unquote fun thing about nutrient output is that we actually need to input nutrients like right next to where it outputs. These are definitely going to want to be the fancier ones. Nutrient-eating human. True. I think we've all enjoyed a good nut in our lives. Like a cashew. I know what you were thinking. I just hate it. T, what's wrong? Gleba's pretty chill. Are you not a Gleba fan? That's a joke. I know you hate Gleba. How are you today? It's nice to see you. The question is how I want to do the nutrient output. Or the mutagel, not mutagel, bioflux. Oh my god, these terms are so fancy for someone who couldn't get into chemistry in high school. Okay, wonderful. Something that this design lacks, other than its like conciseness or appealing design, is the capability to be like expanded super easily. Okay, low density structure, productivity, great. That's gonna do something at one. I mean, it's better than nothing. It's every one you make, you get 1/10 of an extra one. This looks so spaghetti. These also need an off-put for their not yummy stuff. Heck, I should have set this up so differently. Honestly, it's probably still fine. I don't hate what I did. I'm gonna have to send myself more green inserters soon because it's not looking great for the dream right now. Alright, this is the spoilage time. So the whole idea is we're gonna have a single sewage system that outputs all of our spoilage. It all just kind of combines, then it just goes into the heating tower. It's going to have other uses because I think there's some recipes like carbon and stuff we can make. But for now, it's all going into the spoilage. I'm sure we've missed like exactly one possible spoilage line, and that will result in the entire thing breaking down when I set this up and turn it on. Which would be really funny, and then I'll have to fix the whole thing. But it'll be like a miserable to jumpstart. Honestly, I think we could just switch this bad boy on. I think the best thing we could do is switch it on and then see where everything breaks. So I'm going to disconnect this machine immediately. And I'm going to disconnect our wiring. Okay, I've already identified a problem. We don't have like a direct spoilage output for this line. No, we do actually. I planned for that. Perfect. We'll do the same thing here. Okay, did I plug it in to everything? All right. These do need some nutrients to get started. I'm gonna just set up this machine to start outputting bioflux. Cool, so the heart of the machine is on. We are now making a bunch of nutrients. Unfortunately, everything needs to start up in the beginning. I did not set up the Yumako to enter over here, so that is a problem that is very easily fixed. Ah, okay, I forgot to have these actually pick up Yummy. There we go, that's better. Alright, so now we wait and see where things spoil and go awful. But currently we have a really saturated belt of nutrients. Honestly, I think the design just kind of works for the moment. We now have excess of these biofluxes as well, so let's see what we can use them on. I'm going to be leaving the Starb so I can swing by the store prior to getting back to the venue, but unfortunately I have to leave shortly. Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate you stopping in either way. Ah, okay. We can start doing our cultivation. We can also start making rocket fuel too. And bioplastic. So this bioflux is going to be super useful. You can also make biosulfur with it as well. I think we start with our bacteria cultivation. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we processed everything so efficiently. I expected a lot more flack from turning it on. Oh my god, we have Mondo seeds now too. I'm gonna nab all the seeds that are available and then make a bunch of floor for these then. So that's just gonna be the heart of everything. How is our pollution looking? It's gone out a little bit, but not a crazy amount. I'm surprised there's like no... I guess because we're processing things into things that last a long time, there's just no spoilage going out, which is fine. Admittedly, we're making less power now because we're not using any of the excess stuff, but that's okay. We're not really using much power anyways. The inserters are taking basically nothing. Once we start smelting things, it'll take some time though, so we'll have to be a little bit careful on that. Alright, so we have a big open area, thankfully, thanks to this design. So let's take some time to set up ore processing. Let's start there. A furnace stack is easy. Anyone can do a furnace stack. An ore stack is probably just as easy, but we still need to work on it. The bots are so efficient at this. We should give them a raise. Really living in an entire world of boom shrooms, though. Probably quicker if we take the time to pick up the things on the ground so that the bots can focus on just disassembling. At least that sounds like a good plan. You have boom shrooms, didn't offer to share any with me. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a boom shroomer. Didn't know you were so down to party. All right, there's some spoilage going off, so it's giving us power. That's really the big thing, is spoilage is our power source right now, which is kind of fun to think about. This being said, if we make rocket fuel, I'm willing to bet we could burn that for a lot more power, so it's probably more efficient to burn rocket fuel than spoilage, but we can always dump the excess spoilage anyways, which I think is a comforting feeling. All right, so we still have a good chunk of biochambers. I think I'm going to do 4x4 for these. I don't know if we're going to make enough stuff. We might need to expand out, but I'm thinking that's going to be the plan. So we want 2 things. Do we need to make iron bacteria? Probably not. Once the machine turns on, it should theoretically stay on. I could set up a backup that takes excess jelly and turns it into iron bacteria in case it breaks, but it shouldn't be necessary. This should be like a fully self-feeding machine. It should be really easy peasy once we set it up. So what do we need to deal with? We need to input 2 things, bioflux and nutrients for yummy value. And we need to output 2 things, bacteria and... I guess technically we might output not bacteria. It could theoretically be ore, but it shouldn't matter too much. So let's have a main input line. I don't want to put nutrients on the same line as bioflux. I was thinking about it. I mean, I wish I made this nutrient line farther down now that I'm thinking about this critically. Because there's not really an eloquent way I can see with how tight everything is to spit it back out this way. Maybe I'll do that really quick. Going to just copy this design and just move it like Bikini Bottom somewhere else, you know? I'm so nervous that I just moved it off of where it was by like 1 tile. This looks right. Okay, yeah, that's right. That way I can just have this at the very end of the line. Honestly, I kind of want to move it even further. I'm going to do that. Thankfully, it's easy enough to pick up. I don't really care about these ones over here, but I want to get rid of these boom shrooms at least. Before they blow up everything. Yeah, it's weird to tell when you're moving by so far, but it looks like it's lined up. So normally I would say that it's probably a big downside to move our stuff this far away from each other since everything here spoils, but I don't actually think it's that big of a deal. Just because this stuff that spoils specifically, I mean, okay, so the nutrients will absolutely have less life the farther down the line it goes. It's not going to take 5 minutes with blue belts to get down the line though. But the bioflux has like a really long spoil time. So I think it's actually not that big of a deal. Okay, so I'm going to very sneakily disconnect all the bioflux here. Plug this back in a moment, but I want to set up a big electric pole here so that I can drag the power efficiently down our line here. That doesn't make me feel great that that's where that is. Did I mess up the positioning? Don't say it. No, the line looks good. Did I just bump my head or is it one too high? Oh, it's one too high. That sucks. This is why we suffer now, so we don't have to suffer later, you know? Oh yeah, it's definitely one too high. Thankfully, it's profoundly easy to fix for us and our bots are pretty quick. But my thought process is if we make the nutrients down here and then just send it down the line, everything will be able to eat. And everything will be good. Everyone likes to eat, remember that. I may have to fix the power poles later, but I want to at least plug this in for now. Okay. We're gonna need to send some blue belts because I am wasting a lot of them. So now we should be able to plug this in and then just break all this down. Thankfully, if this stuff spoils, it just turns into spoilage and not like an army of angry pentapods in my pocket, which is a little bit more inconvenient. This spoilage line is now superfluous. It's not going to be doing anything, so I'm going to just erase it, because if I leave it there, I'm going to be like, what the heck does this do? And I'll be very confused later on. That does remind me that we are now going to have a spoilage line back here that's not working. These need some nutrients to get started, so I'm going to give a little to each of them. As long as they're running, they should fill themselves up with nutrients, so it should just be like a perfectly locked system. We do not have nutrient outputs, or excuse me, not nutrient outputs. Honestly, we could probably just use a fast inserter here. Do not have spoilage outputs, so we do need to fix that. Honestly, I think I'm gonna just combine these here. I think it'll look kind of nice as well, which is weird. Not like super great, but like nice enough, you know? Don't need a splitter here, but I just like how it looks. Then it combines back in right here. So now we have set up the spoilage and we have a big old line of this. We are going to waste a tremendous amount of nutrients on this, so we need to make sure that we're efficient past this point, really. Okay, so let's go back to our design that we had before. See, now, like, the luxury of this is I could just branch some of this off whenever I want to, if I don't want to connect it directly in, but I might just connect it directly in, too. Okay, so the design we were working on, we'll do it kind of near the line, but we won't do it exactly there. So I want a nutrients line to be able to feed these, which I'll probably have go through the middle there. So this will be our nutrients line. We're going to have them do processing, which means they need nutrients and they need bioflux, which are both quite in excess right now. I think we'll have it so that there's nutrients on the middle, bioflux on the top and bottom. Something quite nice about this is that we can always have these feed each other too. If something were to go wrong. They can't quite fully reach each other though. So it outputs bacteria that spoils in a minute. If I output the bacteria here and then have an input here, it should have a similar effect to what I want. Oh, we're out of blue inserters. You know what? We'll go send a ship to go pick up some. I have to imagine just sending it back to Novice is the right idea. Okay, so this will be for the bacteria. So I'm going to use a filter for this, and it's going to be bacteria. Theoretically, there could also be iron ore in here. It's unlikely to happen, but it is possible. So I probably need to filter for both. Okay, so we have the inputs of the iron bacteria, we have the outputs of the iron bacteria, we have the inputs of the bioflux, as well as the nutrients. We do not have a spoilage output right now, which is something we will certainly need to do. I think I'm going to change the direction of all of this, because I think that we'll probably build our furnace stack somewhere up here, maybe. Although it would be much easier to build it downwards with how much open space there is. I changed my mind. I kind of like... it's a little crimped to the south right now just because of this one belt. these two belts. So this is what I was talking about, where we're going to have a lot of excess now. To the point where we might need to actually up our spoilage offput. The belt is so long that so much is just going to spoil on it over time. How do I want to do that is a good question. Because you're doing great, bulk inserter, John, but it could be better. So we are going to get rid of you for a moment, and we are going to do a... I don't know if a splitter is actually the right idea. If I do a splitter here, we output priority left spoilage. That is just like dramatically more efficient than what I had before. I was like, is this gonna break somehow? But I don't think it can. I mean, maybe it can. The downside is that if there's like spoilage like right here, it needs to wait. But this does seem pretty good otherwise. What is this machine doing? This is excess. This is no longer... This was our very early setup of nutrients, I think. Yeah, I think that design is just fine. I didn't realize how well that would actually work, so it's nice to see. I'm truly shocked that this didn't break. I guess it's really unlikely for this stuff to spoil ever, but if this ever spoils, I need to fix this, because this has like an extremely high probability of going wrong. There we go. Like, it's nice to have a spoil output earlier, but like, if it spoils here, it's GG. We will not be playing again, and you cannot come to my birthday party. Oh man, gleba is so confusing. Fun, but confusing. Oh right, I always push, I don't know why I push Alt-Tab to see where my ship is. Alright, so the Artemis is here. We're going to make a request. While the Artemis is fueling up, we're going to ask for... Sure, we'll ask for 1,000 blue belts. We'll make it only 500 though, it doesn't have to be that high. Not the birthday party, I'm sorry, but you know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of? Is that the lyric? You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Alright, thanks for Ghastly. Looks like you're doing a good job on gleba though. I appreciate it. Anytime I see spoilage on a belt though, part of me dies. You know, that's just life. Sometimes you're alive and sometimes you're dead. Now the question is, can I fit this down here? And can we just copy this for our copper one? I'm thinking the answer is yes for the copper one. Do we have a spoilage output yet? We don't. I guess we can spoilage output on the sides. Careful with perfect pitch. I don't want to get ZMC'd. I have never, ever been terrified of that problem. I was never born to be a singer, unfortunately. All that went to my sister. Spoilage. Okay, because the nutrients can spoil us. So, nutrient in the middle. So I am going to put this down here then. I think we're going to rotate the entire thing. All right, let me blueprint this really quickly. I'm not going to name it. I don't know if we're going to stick with it or not. Let's pick it up. Didn't mean to pop out. Hope the rest of the stream is good. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a nice time with the show. Okay, I'd like to put this on... Yeah, not blueprinting the ship. Blueprinting the ship here would be a real brave move, not one that I'm quite ready to go for right now. So we want to put this here. And honestly, if we set it up, then we might not even need to set up spoilage for anything but the nutrients, which will be cool. It's kind of neat, though. I do dig it. I wish I made this line a little bit farther down. Okay, so we can at least blue belt it. It's a spoilage line. This looks fine. Oh, no, it needs to be the other direction. But we can fix the belts, that's fine. I hope this isn't bad, building it like in the middle of everything. That's my main concern right now, or at least a primary concern, is that by building it directly in the line, there's going to be consequences. But my expectation is that we're spending, you know, these resources are here anyways. It's like building like a bus or something, you know? This is just a bus of yummy instead of a bus of not yummy. These are not nutrients, they're not mutagel, they're bioflux. I'm gonna just have bioflux come off here. It should be that simple. Although maybe I should just build... I don't know how much bioflux this process uses. The fact that it actually like eats it every time it makes ore leads me to believe we're actually gonna be using a lot here, surprisingly. Oh, that doesn't work at all. Okay, no. Do not output priority. I don't know about cutting off everything to the entire factory, but that's probably not the play. Oh, nuts. I only had it grab 50 fast inserters. Honestly, that's better than nothing. Great job, Artemis. That was my bad. I completely forgot. I like this really long design. It's very strange, but I like it. Everything just flows from the nutrients to the trees. I forgot that we were going to be making whatever that gets called as well, the floors. So let's do that really quickly. We need nutrients for it. Well, there should be plenty of nutrients. We're making so much more spoilage now, though. See, that was my fear, is that we'll have nutrients that like hits the end of the line and doesn't just get off-put. Maybe there's a smarter way we could do that. I'm willing to bet there is. Okay, so let us make... I don't know how much of this we need, but I really like just want to make as much as we can with the seeds we have. If we have excess, it's not like a bad thing to have excess of, you know? It looks like we can't make any more, so this should be fine. How's our pollution looking? Still really tiny. Maybe I overdid it on clearing out enemies. Perhaps not, though. We'll have to see. Okay, I mainly made the green stuff, apparently. See, that's the good stuff right there. That's what it's all about. That was like free dopamine, and I didn't have to pay anything for it. Except, I guess, the price of Factorio. Do I have any seeds left? We have 2 of those, so we do want to make more of these. I'm gonna assume stealing these seeds is not gonna be a big deal. Looks like we are out of landfill, which could be a primary issue. And a few more to plant there. I think this is fine. It's not like a perfect area, but they're so close together and it's just so convenient to grow them there. I think the bots are trying to go bring me landfill, so I'm gonna go walk to them to make it quicker. There's a whole field of jelly nut here. Probably like even better to use that, but I've already committed to the other area. Thank you so much. You're so kind for the landfill. The harvest truly was bountiful today. The important thing is to not grab the landfill yourself and let the bots do it instead, because it makes them feel like they've accomplished something. It gives them a sense of pleasure, and you need to not take that away from your bots. Let them flourish, let them do what they must, and be there for them. I was being a little more touchy with how I was placing the landfill before, but now I'm just like letting it rip. I know it's super less optimal. But we're like nearly done. I guess there's a lot of the purple ones we still need to do though. A productive bot is a happy bot. They need to just keep their hands busy. And if they keep their hand busy, they're vibing. See, this worries me. The amount of, I mean, I know these last for like an hour, but the fact that this belt is now saturated scares me. I feel like I've overproduced fruits and I'm not using them quick enough. Perhaps that problem will rectify itself once we get ore going. If this even works, it should work, in theory. Okay, so how do I want to get that up here as well? I guess we'll just do similar energy. We need to make sure that there is a spoilage off-put for these, though. I could also just attach them back into the normal line, but I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, it could be a good idea. It would keep everything moving. It just feels so, like, wasteful, though. Maybe it's not wasteful. Maybe this is the idea. Maybe this is what we should be doing. You know, hear me out. This is, it's like a system. It just comes through here when it's time to go through this area. Oh, I meant to go grab the stuff from the thing with the people at that place. You know the one. The 50 blue inserters I sent myself. Wait, where are my blue inserters? How did this happen? How did you end up at Volcanus? I don't remember sending you there. Your fuel. I don't actually know if you can make it with only 10k fuel. That was a real blunder leaving that in. I was like, passenger present, gleba, it'll be fine. No, I just sent it to Volcanus like a dum-dum. It'll make it. It might be a little bit slow. I want those 50 blue inserters. Those things are looking at me in a way that I really don't know how to process right now. Because I don't have any ore on this planet. We need to rectify that immediately. I'm going to start by just setting up this system and see if it works on its own, I think. And then we'll set up the copper one if it works. This is just going to be our trial. I don't think I'm going to set up a furnace stack or anything either. Which means we might have to jumpstart it a few times, but I think it's better to practice with this and see what outputs instead of committing to something. I do have a bunch of bulk inserters. I always want to call them stack inserters. I don't know why. But I don't really want to use too many of them yet. So I'm going to just start this for science, I think. Is that an... Okay, so top is spoilage, bottom is not mutagel. Bioflux. What the heck is mutagel? Did I make up a word to to compensate for the fact that I can't remember the name of it? We're also running a bit low on Express Undergrounds. I don't know why I didn't just have the Starfarer do this, actually. I mean, the Starfarer is above Volcanus now. I'm going to have the Starfarer make a request for... I should really just have one generic group for, like, belts and stuff. How about we ask for splitters specifically? I feel like we're going to want a lot of those. So let's ask for 100 splitters. Everything else is off? Cool. Then we'll go to Volcanus and we will... Do we not have... Are we making splitters here? What the heck? Why aren't you requesting? Oh, because you're asking for the other planet. Okay. Have you been delivering... Oh, you've been going between Novice and stuff. I see, I see. You've been delivering artillery shells to Novice. That makes sense. I'm gonna have you make a pit stop, though, over to Gleba today. Just for those splitters. Just because those are going to be a real pain in the butt to make early on. I mean, I assume they're always going to be a pain in the butt to make. Maybe they won't. We might just have a really healthy furnace stack. The nice thing about the furnace stack is it won't make any pollution. Maybe I should send over a few more artilleries, too. We have the one. Like, if that artillery breaks, it would be really unfortunate. But this artillery is heckin' 103 kills, 126,000 damage dealt. This artillery's hitting a kill streak today, and there's nothing we can do about it. Alright, I need to stop looking at this and just plug it in and see how it works. That's the important thing right now. So let us make some bacteria. Actually, we can probably pick some if there's some around. There is some right north of us. Let's pick some, let's plug it in, and let's see what happens. Just to, like, get an idea of what we're working with here. You don't have anything to give you yummy. You are currently lacking yummy. Yummy issue lacking yum. Ooh, I really don't like where these Power poles are going. Okay. Great. Seems like it works. Takes the bacteria out, goes here. The bacteria spoils into iron ore. Is it able to grab? Oh, it doesn't have a grabby. And this just works. Okay. I like this setup, but I'm worried that I always think they're not going to have enough, but then they just pick up like a gorillion of it. Okay, this should work. As long as these never turn off, this should be ore for us. I wonder if this is enough. How much does this make per minute? Makes 3 per second. Times 4 is 12. Times 60 is 720 ore per minute for one of these setups then. That's not bad for 4 of these. They don't take up much space. I mean, I could really tile them actually too, which is kind of neat. Unfortunately, if my belt was like 1 lower, it'd be a lot easier, but that's fine. I'm not going to redesign the belt now. I like how this looks. And we could just plug these into our system wherever we want, which is kind of cool to think about. I'm going to take that and I'm going to replace the older blueprint with that one. Of course, if we replace this, we need to make sure that we're replacing it with copper. Now, something worth noting is once this box fills up, I think this might break. Bottom biochambers don't have bioflux inserters. My savior. I was like feeling myself on how good this was. I very much appreciate it. Okay, so this box is going to fill up really fast. Wow, you make ore really quick. That's really interesting. That means we probably want to set up furnace stacks, surprisingly. I wonder if that's going to clunk our power or not. Okay, I'm going to set up copper over here, I think. Just a load-bearing power pole, a little bit. Yeah, well, it can wait. We don't really need power over there, do we? Okay, so we just plug it in like this. Oh, but this isn't going to allow us to do it, is it? Oh, I actually really like that. Wait, is that the right spot? Oh, I really like how this looks. Obviously, it's a little bit scrunky pasting it because the belt was already there. We're out of undergrounds as well. Heck, I meant to send the Starfarer over here and I didn't. Alright, what we're going to do is... we're going to have it go to Volcanus, and then we're going to have it to go to Gleba. And we'll have it do weight condition passenger present. So I'm going to have it go back to Volcanus. We're going to have it go pick up... we'll say 200 of these. Actually, it's going to pick them up from Novice. That's fine. And then we want our undergrounds as well, because apparently we need a bunch of those. So we'll ask for 200 of those, and we'll ask for 200 of these. Once we set up lubricant here, it should be kind of chill to get more of them, though. We want to change the recipe of this for copper. See, that's my one fear, is that if we stop smelting quick enough with this design, they're just going to turn off, because... there's no real way to get more. I could set up a machine that just takes... that's what I could do, actually. I don't know if I can have a circuit condition read if something's working or not. I don't really know how circuits work, to be honest with you. But if I can have it check to see if this is running, and if it's not, I could have it make, like, 1 bacteria and then put the bacteria in there. That might be a little bit too complex for me, though. I've never done anything like that before, but in theory, it would be interesting. We're going to have this be... copper cultivation instead, and we're going to change these over to copper. Oops, I'm pushing the wrong thing. Copper and copper, and then we can just copy the design over. That looks fine. And we can just feed these into a furnace stack at some point. But this looks okay otherwise, I think. Why is this blueprint not smacking thwacking though? Just because of that one belt's there. Okay, perfect. We can live with one belt there. I actually really like this. This is actually wicked cool. I really don't like... I mean, I kind of do like this. I was going to say I don't like the spoilage every like half spot here, but it actually looks kind of crazy. Kind of makes me think about Christmas. We are now like completely out of undergrounds, which it makes sense. We're using a good chunk of them here. Now, how would we do that? I have no idea. I could just have this take excess. Takes Yumako mash, there's a 10% chance of making a bacteria. I mean, if our furnace sack is just more efficient than we're making ore. If we consume more ore than we make, then it'll just be fine. But man, I'm tough at it's difficult to ratio out stuff like that for me, at least. But we do have ore now, which is nice. So we should just grab a furnace stack from Novice and probably just copy it over. Novice has been at peace for so long. Do I have any beacons here? I don't think I do. I don't. I should have... Oh, I have 18 of them, but I don't think that's really enough. I mean, maybe that is enough. You don't need a crazy amount of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can just do 2 big lines like this. This is so big. This takes up way more space than I thought it would. Honestly, we have the space, though. We might as well. I don't know if we have enough furnaces to make this, to be honest with you. Love that. Love that we didn't go for the boom shrooms first and instead are going to place everything around the boom shrooms and then the boom shrooms. Huge. That was great. That was big for the account, for the dream, for everything. The Artemis is above us now. It successfully arrived, so we'll at least have some more belts to work with and a few more blue-handed inserters. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed something with modules in it already. We had repair packs as well. Your train stops are gorgeous. What? Thank you. That's so kind. I was pretty happy making them. I know they're not like the wackiest thing in the world, but making them was fun. Also learning how to do like this whole like making trains chill in the queue thing was fun to learn. Did I already use up all the belts? No, I haven't picked them up yet. I've got that object permanence of a Pop-Tart really coming to get me today. I didn't realize this counted as a container that bots could see into. That does make sense. Wow, that actually is crazy. I've been having like inserter arms rip out of this, but I could have just had like requests and stuff. I guess I don't really have a lot of requests or chests to waste though. Definitely need those, that supply trip from... Oh, no. Not enough to fill one rocket? Oh, I see. Wait, does that mean that the rocket has other stuff in it? We need those undergrounds, like stat. So whatever's going on here... Did I just run out of something? Is this factory just dead? Is that the bottom of the line? Underground. Express... No, these are just made really slowly. Oh. Yeah, you could tell I was not really expecting to have to take in a lot of these. You know, I'm going to just make that stack a little bigger. We're just going to take what's here. Let us look back at the Starfarer and say, you know what, Starfarer, you did great. That's actually plenty of supplies, unironically. Going to deactivate this group, which is already a weird group. And we're going to have you... Honestly, I think you could just make it to gleba right now. I'm gonna just send you. You have a bunch of stuff and I really need it right now. Perfect. Okay, so the ore is going to be going through the middle while the... I'm surprised we have like that many speed modules on us. I didn't realize I brought so many. I was like, I shouldn't have brought module or put modules in these, but apparently everything but the productivity modules were fine. I would like to make modules, but I don't know where I'm going to do that exactly. Okay. So like I said before, this machine should, in theory, just not work anymore. I don't know how I'm going to solve that yet. You know, I'm taking out my own boom shrooms. Get behind me, bots. I'll defend you. Surprised at how little damage they do. Like, I see my health bar popping up, but it doesn't look like it moves at all. Unlike a Stomper, which does a tremendous amount of damage. And my bones have not been doing great. Just arrived at Gleba, so I'm going to... Do I want these artillery shells here? You know, we'll take them. I don't really think we need them in the interim, but might as well. I wish you had some productivity modules on you, but that's okay. I don't think I need those extra beacons, so you can keep them for now. It looks like we had just enough to place, and we've got a few more to spare. Which is why I picked the... I mean, I guess I didn't pick the stack 8, it was just convenient to do so. The Starfarer has delivered everything it needs to here, so I'm going to just remove the... No, because if I remove the condition, it's just going to, like, not leave, basically. I'm going to let it chill for a little bit. I mean, it'll leave, but it'll just, like, drift and fail. I mean, it won't fail, but it'll be very slow. Okay, so... I'm going to just get some of this spoilage out of my inventory just so I can think a little bit for a sec. Now we have a bunch of express undergrounds, so we should be able to set this up, because these take a surprising amount. But I really like the design. It's nice to see the beacons between them like this. I wonder how important the productivity modules will be. I was really trying to eke everything I could out of the mines that we had on Novice, but maybe it won't be as necessary here because the ore is infinite, I guess, which is a really interesting thing to deal with. I also made this design with medium power poles in mind, and let me tell you, I didn't deliver any medium power poles. Is there a way I can get by just doing some of these instead? Looks like the answer is probably yes. I'm going to save myself a headache here, and I'm going to whitelist medium power pole. That way we can just use this and deconstruct planar all of the medium power poles really quickly. And then hopefully we can set up some of these.
Whip, thanks for following.
Appreciate the follow, Flip. It does mean a great deal to me. Thank you, thank you. Is that lined up? It doesn't look exactly lined up. Heck. I mean, once we make this once, we can always mirror it, but that's also like a little lazy. I'm gonna just line it up with the blue. It's a lot easier for me. This boom shroom is gonna do so much damage. Oh, I was gonna say we're never gonna recover from that, but I couldn't even complain about it before it was like fine. It's really tough having bots that are super efficient and good at everything they do. Okay. So we can now at least produce our own ore and we don't have to ship any in, which is a nice boon. I keep calling them boom shrooms. It turns out they're boom puffs. That is so awkward. Yikes. Alright, but we now have a furnace stack down for copper and iron. We're not making copper and iron right now, but this means that we can at least get some... Oh yeah, we're going to need this for blue circuits. I was like, why am I doing this? Because making blue circuits is probably a good idea. Now, I don't know pentapod logic. Like... I don't know if pentapods can spread is really where I'm at. It really looks like our pollution is so tiny. Like, I'm shocked at how little we're making. Perhaps it'll just expand over time because it doesn't clear that quickly. That's kind of my expectation. Oh my god, we have bacteria. Go, go, go. Don't waste it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we fix this as well. Okay. Looks good. We should be able to make some copper now. Do we have any copper stromalite, I think it's called around here? I don't see any. I can just make some by hand too, but I don't know. Something about taking it from nature makes it feel good. Like you planted your own potato seeds and then picked them later and then hit level 2 farming. Did I get bacteria for that? I don't. So there it is. I was like, I don't see it. Uh-oh, this isn't gonna work because I didn't notice that it doesn't work. So we gotta make it work. That's crazy. I really like this design. Like this double inserter here is not like super, or double splitter here is not necessary, but something about it just makes my brain chemicals kind of pop off. Yeah, we would like this to go this way. So weird because there's bacteria on the belt and it just turns into iron later. It's so bizarre. I really dig it, but it's just very, very strange. All right, so I want these to come together and we're just going to store them for now. I should grab some steel to make a steel chest because they're not going to be doing anything but just chilling in a chest for now. I believe we have some steel inside of the rocket. Nothing's turned off yet, which is quite comforting. Let us grab some of this and we'll grab a couple steel chests. Oh, you know what? I need to set some... Oh, our entire factory is running off one steam turbine. I was like, why is everything so slow? Because one steam turbine versus 2 furnace stacks is probably not the play. Is this better? Oh no. That takes so much with the productivity modules. Oh my god, we're actually kind of burning through heat now too. That's okay. I'm glad that we noticed it before it got worse. Because that would have been a little bit awk. Oh, heck, I don't have any more heat exchangers. Oh, we have copper at least. Yeah, that's 100 megawatts. Why is there 100 megawatt demand? Isn't that like crazy? How much does Novice take? That feels like an incredible amount. There's no way we're burning as much as Novice. Are you crazy? That is an absurd amount of power. Oh, I need to set up the heat, right? I forgot. I'm like really dumbfounded by this. I'm sure it's like not that shocking. But it's really got me kind of like turnt right now, to be honest with you. That was a real mistake that I just made. That lost all of the heat that it had. Our factory is about to turn straight off in like 2 seconds. A rut row. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because only the like factory part of the factory is going to turn off. I really didn't expect the smelters to hit me like a truck. I was like vibing with just like feeding everything some yummy nutrients. Oh boy. Maybe the speed beacons were not the play. It's fine. It'll be fine. We just need to get through this hard part. This happened when we got here in the first place, where we had no power. This is just reminiscent of that, you know? We're living the life right now. Does jelly give a bunch of good juice? Oh, everything's gonna back up and get really broken. Oh no. Panic. Okay, jelly goes crazy. You were so right. Can you eat mutagel bioflux as well? No, you can't eat. Thank goodness. We just need to get the heat up. Oh god, everything's breaking. This is my this was my big fear. And I get to live it in real time. We're like out of jelly. Everything is spoiling. The animals are leaving. The government hates us. Honestly, just getting it up to 500 is the play right now. Wood is also surprisingly solid, and we have a good chunk of it. If we can get it over 500, then I think everything starts working again. Is there any excess jelly that I can steal? Oh god, everything is rotten. Oh no. I didn't think the fuel would become such a big problem so fast. How could this happen to me? Oh, these are moving. That's a good sign. Oh no, it's just because it's daytime and the solar panels are working. We're almost there. Once we get this over 500, picking that up was a real blunder. That was a real rookie mistake. As soon as I did it, my heart dropped because I was like, that's like a lot of heat that just dissipated into nothingness. We're almost there. Look, we're just the spoilage distribution network right now. We've become a happy little bot. I'm gonna move the wood over to here because I wanted to consume the wood first. We're almost there. Okay. So things are... Oh, look at them. They're freaking out. I've never seen an inserter do whatever is happening here. Oh, it's because they keep trying to grab what I'm grabbing. Okay. Alright, so the first one kicked on. The second one kicked on. The third one kicked on. Okay, so good news is we're making 31 megawatts-ish. Bad news is, wow, those stacks take a lot of power, as it were. So to start, I'm going to casually pick up these speed modules to just kind of like really bring it down a little bit, because I'm not even like emotionally ready to go look at the damage to everything else right now. How's the power looking? Suddenly it went down from 100 to 18 and is super manageable. Great. We don't actually need speed modules right now. That was just for me, so I'm glad that it's fine now. No problem to be had. Now let's deal with the real elephant in the room of how to fix what just went wrong, because I'm willing to bet nothing is working. It all started working on its own? Okay, no, this is definitely broken. This is surprisingly fine. Okay, I guess we just did it quick enough where they didn't run out of their nutrients that were on the belt. Cool, okay, I thought everything was going to be broken, but it's really only the minimal amount of broke. It could have been way worse. So let us go and restart the ore. And again, it should just be as soon as one gets created, they pick it up and then it all starts. I really like this downward design. I was going to have it so they daisy chain between themselves, but that's so unnecessary for what I did. I'm glad that I thought about it a little bit more. I mean, the daisy chaining would have been fine, but it saved a lot of space doing this. I think I'm going to just hand make the copper one. I don't remember where I found it before. Apparently we chose violence against the boom puffs, which are not boom shrooms, and I don't know how they got called boom shrooms. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's a lot of spoilage, but thankfully it's going into our power now. I really want to start making rocket fuel. I think maybe that's going to be the next major thing. Because if we're going to be using a lot more fuel, then rocket fuel's probably way more efficient. Because I think, isn't rocket fuel made out of spoilage, or am I mistaken? I am mistaken. It's jelly. I mean, jelly is just spoilage before it spoils. you think about it for a second. I think I want this to be more like this instead of just off-putting. That way, if both lanes get filled up, it's not going to be struggling. Okay, let me think. Right, I was going to make the copper. The copper is made out of the fruit themselves. That is kind of wasteful to make copper like this. Oh no, it's made out of the mash. Okay. I thought it was the raw fruit. Okay, I got one copper bacteria. Run with it. Heck, I'm going the wrong way. I got mixed up. Don't let it spoil. Wait a minute. No, that should be fine, right? Perfect. Oh, I really liked how the belts looked before they got all spoiled, but now it's all spoily. It's not so bad, but it does feel a little bit bad. But you know, that's just how it works sometimes. All right, so now you are just not cooking because it's currently not ore. That's fine. Wonder if there's a more efficient way I can turn it into ore quicker. I can not really. I mean, we're on just a timer. Maybe I should have made them further away though. Because like, if this backs up too quickly and they're not done processing, this might not be an okay design. We might have to redo it. I mean, maybe it'll just be fine though. They seem to be spoiling at such a pace that they spoil down here and then get picked up. My furnace stack is too big. My lobster is too buttery. It's so right though. What do I do about this? It seems like we only need this section here of 14. Oh, these are kicking on. Maybe it just takes some time. Maybe this is one of those things where the system will just kick on. I mean, if nothing else, having the extra ones gives us the buffer so that this won't fill up. I think these stacks are too big, though. I should have thought about it a little bit more. Okay, regardless. I'm gonna just get rid of my ore so that it gets processed. We can always just kick on the machine when we need more, but that's certainly inefficient. I'd like to just start using the iron now. So what can we use this iron and copper on? Obviously circuits comes to mind. So let's start just making circuits. I don't think I'm gonna copy Novice's circuit stack because I know I got zany with that one and that looks just so excess for what we're currently doing. Because we only really want blue circuits to ship things out, which you don't need a crazy amount. You certainly want some, but not a crazy amount. So let's just mentally figure out the order of these because I genuinely don't remember them. It's always better to visualize for me. Okay, so make 2.5 of these per second, 0.2 of these per second, which consumes 0.41 green. And this consumes 2.5 green to make 0.12. So these are very, very slow, but we would want roughly 5 of these. 5 red to 1 green. And then how many reds to this? 4 blue to 1 red. Is that really right? I mean, I guess it feels right. For every one of these, we need 0.25 red and 2.5 green. So we just need a bunch of green. That's really the long and short of it. And green's the easiest to process anyways. So let's just start with like, I don't know. How about 12? 12 feels like a good number to start at. Do I have enough of these assembling machines? I feel like I should have like none left. 39? That's enough to do some stuff here. I guess we haven't really used assembling machines yet, so it makes sense. Okay, so we need to make wires, which are pretty quick. I actually don't know the ratio of wires. You make them like crazy. Yeah, it's 2 per second. How many wires does this use per second? This uses 7.5 over 2.5. So like 2.8 wires per second, something like that. Okay, so we want 3 wire makers to each of these. I feel like I'm really overdoing this. There's no way I want like 30 wire makers. I feel like my brain is just too scrambled to think about this right now. I'm gonna just set up something because I want to start processing something so we don't just end up with the furnaces doing nothing, basically. So let us change this over to wires. We can make it now and just fix it up later if it's not great. There's our wires. I couldn't find them for a moment. I'm gonna just do... We'll do 8. Keeping in mind that these are not going to be running 100% of the time. You probably want bulks for these. I feel like wires just eat the crap out of copper plates. But you also make a crazy amount of them too, so it's like a catch-22. Darned if you do, darned if you don't. Now the downside of this, all the wires are going to be on one side of the belt, which I probably don't want, so let's actually swap this up. I think I just want a belt saturated with it. Makes it a lot more compact this way too. I mean, technically it takes up the same floor space, but this way, you know, it's sort of the same, but it's not the same. I guess they share a belt, which is nice. The output. Okay, so there's the copper. I don't think I'm gonna mess with beacons for this with how much they just obliterated our power before. Okay, so copper wires. Yeah, so we make them really fast. Copper wires, boom, done. Now we can just output the iron itself. I think I'm going to get rid of these storage boxes of iron from the main line and remove them too, but just for the moment, we're just going to leave them. So we can have iron come through here. Actually, yeah, no, let's just get rid of this. I don't think we can pick up this whole thing. Yeah, that's fine. Oh my god, it's too efficient. Stop, inserter. You're too cool. Heck. How the heck did I get yellow belts? I guess I must have made them when I was panicking at one point, right? Not really panicking, but just needed to at that moment. Do I have any requester chests? I do. That's going to be a much better choice. We should make more Robopod ports too, but I think I'll probably just make them here. They're not that bad to make to my memory. This way we can have a saturated belt. I'll do the same thing over here. What do roboports take that don't have plastic? Plastic, yeah. So it'll be easy. We're making this stuff for them anyways. They're not going to be functional yet, but they'll just fine. They'll find use eventually. The important thing is I don't want to bisect too much of this area. I'm going to bring the wire up, but I don't know where I'm going to make the circuits. I mean, what else are we going to make here with this stuff? Building right in front of where I'm outputting means that I'm wasting a lot of space though. This is a lot of swampland though, so we're going to have to waste a good chunk of our landfill. Which, speaking of, how are we doing on our landfill? We have an okay amount. I'm still only doing the 2 miners. I could put down more, but this is really fine. We don't need that much of it. Let us set up those circuits really quickly just so we have some. And we might even just put them in a box for the time being, but I think it's nice to have them than to not have them, really. I could just make them downstream here, maybe? Honestly, that might just be the play. I'm gonna do it. I like Slipstack. That's a cool tree. This is going to take some landfill, but that's okay. So we want green circuits. I always type in green, but they are just electronic circuits. And these take copper and iron plates. I don't think it's a good idea ever, or basically ever, when making circuits to put both the iron and copper on the same plate, which is a little bit annoying. Oh, we're like encroaching on jelly nut territory. That could be a problem. Okay, never mind. This is fine. No, it's not fine. We're on jelly nut territory. I ixnay this. We're gonna go somewhere else. I really don't want to mess with this stuff. We're going to just bring Bikini Bottom down here instead. I'll mess with a lot, don't get me wrong. But Yumako and Jelly Nut Soil, that stuff scares me. Jokes aside, this is probably a better idea. Dark mode time for me. Zoom call for work. Good luck with the Zoom work call. Hopefully it's one of those calls that could have just been an email, but you know, you're there anyways and you get to chat with people that you like. Okay, so we are looking at our electronic circuits. I wonder if we can get away with something like this, like double red on this side and then a stack inserter, and then they just output on the bottom. Definitely is like a stats report meeting with 15 people. I just don't know unless someone asks me a question. Godspeed. Sounds like it should be just fine though, which is nice. We are running out of inserters, but we are now on our way to starting our first circuits, which is kind of exciting. I think I just ran out of blue belts, which is genuinely one of the scariest things. No, it's not going to be that bad, unironically, but I will probably ship some more over. Okay, that's the scariest thing. We're using too much spoilage. We're using too much spoilage. There's not enough spoilage. Our iron ore turned off. That's fine. I can fix that later. But right now, we're not using enough spoilage, which is a real problem. I think that rocket fuel needs to come sooner than not. Let's focus on that next. The factory keeps turning off. Somehow it keeps turning back on too, which is kind of a fun thought. What do you mean no fuel? Oh yeah, we're burning through heat now. It's a combination. Yeah, it's basically we're not making enough fuel. Weird. Okay. But we don't have enough coal for our coal power plant. It's really weird to adjust to not needing more spoilage. So we will look at rocket fuel. So it's jelly, bioflux, water. It's super easy for us to do. Made into biochambers. We're going to get productivity on it as well. So let's set that up ASAP. Okay, it turns out that this process just eats a tremendous amount. Wait, we have a shortage? Because you ran out of yummy at one point. Oh man, everything is kind of awful. Heck, I didn't think we'd be running out of these of all things. I'm gonna steal some of the productivity modules. Honestly, just removing the productivity modules from these is probably the play too. I don't really think we need productivity on our furnaces here. That's really funny that you are just taking them out and then putting them into other machines. Real mature. I don't know if there's a way to say get rid of productivity modules in something, so I think I just kind of have to manually remove them. I know I'm going to be like going through literally every machine, but I would have been doing that anyways. I think productivity here is an issue, and setting up productivity in the bioflux makers seems to be a real must. Maybe even in the nutrients makers, but I kind of doubt it. This will take a lot of the weight off the power as well. So weird that our iron patch can just kind of turn off. Okay, so let us productivity the crap out of these. I mean, do we even need productivity? I mean, we kind of do. We're running out of the ore, which is surprising. I guess the Yumako mash. Why is the Yumako mash struggling so much? I guess we can use our beacons here. Though there's not a great place to stick them, unfortunately, with our design. These running out of yummy sometimes is also quite the surprise to me. It's just because like this one spot here happens where like some nutrients get stuck right at the end that they can't grab from. There needs to be a way I can improve this. I guess I could put some efficiency modules in them instead. Very interesting. I didn't think that this would be a bottleneck for us. This like one weird setup. I could theoretically like carousel it, but I don't think that's worth it. But as soon as the belt stops is where the issue spawns. What if I just put it down the line a little bit? This will be wasteful, granted. No, that doesn't really fix anything, does it? How do I fix this? Ironically, an inserter works well for this. But the inserter is not going to be nearly as fast as just letting it pass through. Oh, then the entire like line spoils at once. So weird. What do I do about that? That's such a peculiar problem. It's probably quite obvious. I need to look at it from the lens of it being super solvable. A bulk inserter does not feel like enough. 2 bulk inserters might be enough. What did I just pick up? I have no idea what I just picked up. That's truly harrowing. Okay, so hear me out. Is this like too silly? I've run out of belts. Maybe this is faster than an inserter. How many per minute do they do? Oh, right. You can't really see. It's like how fast they spin. Oh, I want quality bulk inserters. This might just be slightly better. Because this gives us like 2 different spots of belt to pull off. Oh, we'll see now if they go hungry. Yeah, but we still have that same issue where something ends up like this, then it's just skrunked. And now this is way slower. Alright, this sucks actually. I was wrong. But then it's kind of awesome afterwards. Oh, maybe this is the solution. Wait. I think I've got it figured out. Gosh, I really hate that I'm out of belts. The Artemis is above Gleba. Why are you above Gleba? You're just chilling because this is your home? Fantastic. How about you? You need to go pick up belts. You have a state mandated obligation to go pick up a bunch of belts for me. I don't even know if I'm making these on Volcanus. I assume I am. 1,000 belts. Straight to Volcanus, and then you should just come back to Gleba. Okay, so my plan was output priority left, and then we'll do spoilage, which I forgot the name of for a moment, which was a real problem for someone that's working in a crazy amount of spoilage. I'm going to waste an underground belt here just to get some normal belts back. Maybe this will help. Oh, I can't choose the side this outputs on. Okay, this is like, this does actually nothing. What if I do this instead? Maybe this helps. Maybe I'm coping. But like this way it pulls like one tile ahead of it but still has the output, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, instead of some getting stuck right here and then it not being able to pull anymore, like it just gunks it. Maybe this helps, maybe it doesn't. I'm gonna leave it for now because it seems like it's an improvement from the other one, at least at the moment. Everything else is still running, but it looks like we don't produce nearly enough bioflux. Like we are really behind the 8 ball on bioflux. If we're processing ores especially, our bioflux is done. So we might need to speed this up somehow or make another one, which is good to know, but it looks like the factory is healing. And most importantly, we haven't run out of power yet. We are slightly positive on power, but it's still something we need to fix basically ASAP. So I want to look back into getting that rocket fuel set up, which again is jelly, bioflux, and water. So it looks really easy on paper. Like we already have everything made for it. I see that there is a bot trying to bring me landfill from somewhere, but I don't know where. At least my suit seems to claim that I have a logistics request being filled. I don't see a bot flying anywhere, so maybe not. Oh no, I do see it. Thanks, bot. Productive bot is a happy bot. Okay, so this line doesn't do anything. So this is old and we can pick this up. That's strange. I guess it was from the old design. What is this line for? This is an output of spoilage, which I'm sure basically never ever gets used. Cool. Ah, it apparently just got used, so never mind. I got my face on that one. Everything is functioning again. Let us check on our seeds really quick and see if we can finish expanding out this area. I was a little bit concerned we were going to get backed up on seeds, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a problem for us. I will need some nutrients to make these. Maybe we will get backed up on seeds eventually. In theory, we should, because our seed count is always going up. This being said, we can probably burn the seeds. Do they have a fuel value? They do, so we can just stick the seeds into the furnace if we get too many of them. That should be a really easy circuit thing. Okay, so I have no idea what I just broke. Oh, it's from what I just removed. Okay, so that was actually a load-bearing spoilage line. Thankfully, we saw it before everything was broken, but it was in fact a load-bearing spoilage line. Okay. Rocket fuel in foundation, is that the word for it? Ground, plant, live area, tree grow land. Those are the two things that we currently desire. Forgot we work on that too. I'm jumping between everything right now. I swear Gleba has me doing this, but it wasn't as bad on other planets. Maybe it was as bad. I gotta come clean. I'm always running around like my life depends on it. It's gonna be enough. This is another like 50 of each, right? Maybe this will just be enough. All right, cool. So this plot of land is now filled. We only missed a handful of nodes, so I feel like it feels good. This is not going to be enough over here for the jelly nut. So I'm going to steal those seeds really quick. Actually, I'm going to put the seeds back. I'm sorry for stealing your seeds. That was really rude of me. I saw that you were trying to plant them. I really like how this one ended up looking in the end. Cool beans. We'll check on that later, but we have finished the Yumako, so we're producing a boatload of Yumako now, which is quite nice. Our spores are growing. I see a pack of enemies here, but I think that was an old one. I should set up a radar in general, just so we're like sweeping the area. I don't really know how big their sweep area is. I don't see any reason to not. I'm also like somewhat tempted to turn on auto targeting on the artillery turret just to see if it'll move not to actually fire. Because if it does, that means there are enemies within this big circle. And if it doesn't, we're good. So I'm going to do it really quick. It didn't move at all. That's wonderful. So that means there are no enemies that have spread into this circle. So we don't have to bother going to check over there. And there's nothing over here either. Assuming it would have moved that quick, but I think it would have. Our fuel is going up, but again, we took out a lot of things. We're going to need to build more crafting. So let us just assume that our fuel is about to go right back down by going over and making the rocket fuel that I've been talking about making for like 20 minutes now, but not have gotten around to making. I don't think we're going to need a crazy amount of rocket fuel produced. I'm trying to think if we want to do 1 or 2 or 3 or however many. But we will make it in the biochamber, which will be efficient because, well, it has productivity in it. So why wouldn't we do that? I could just put 1 right here. I don't think we're going to be able to get by with just 1, but if we could... Oh, it has the other formula too. Maybe we should send some of these over to other planets. That's cool. So we do need water, and water, and water, which this place is truly abundant in, so I don't think the water is going to be an issue. We have a good chunk of pipes on us still. An okay chunk of pipes. Could certainly be more, but it's fine. Pump of the offshore variety. Wonder why offshore pumps don't take power. I guess because you wouldn't be able to like use it at the start of the game where you like need it for power. Maybe it's a mechanical pump. The engineer just takes a little bit of time and like manually pumps it, you know? Who can say? Right, so that's water. And again, with this design, it should be as simple as whenever we want something, we just take it off our line. So we'll do that, and then we will off-put like that. So any spoilage will just go straight off. So we are legally making rocket fuel now. I don't know if this is like efficient enough, but there's something kind of fun we can do with it. Okay, so we have a weird thing to balance now. We need rocket fuel, obviously, to get off the planet. We can use rocket fuel for actual fuel as well. I don't want to put rocket fuel primarily on this belt because this belt leads to our 1 heating tower here. And this 1 heating tower can theoretically get backed up on rocket fuel. I mean, actually, it'll probably just consume it instantly regardless. We might not get backed up on it. I don't know if the tower will sit on excess rocket fuel or not. It will eat the crap out of any spoilage. I forgot that I set this up. I don't know what I'm doing with this rocket fuel yet, other than the fact that we can use it as like a pseudo extra fuel thing. It does make them fairly slowly, but again, you don't need a crazy amount of them. Gonna do speed and productivity. That seems like an efficient use of our resources. I mean, productivity is like always better. Not always, but you know what I mean. All right, let me think. So we have rocket fuel now, so we can dump that if we get excess. I think the best plan is to put it in a box for the moment at least, ideally not for too long. But that's one of our 3 things solved for getting off the planet, and it was a really easy one too. I say solve like it wasn't just make this recipe, but it really is that sometimes. Alright, so we're storing a little bit of rocket fuel, so if we ever want to go back to Novus or Volcanus ourselves, we'll have a better chance of leaving now. Let us look back over at our circuits, because we have not solved our circuit crisis yet. Plastic is going to be the next thing I think we want to look at today, though, because plastic is necessary. Obviously, we don't have access to coal or petroleum gas, so we will need to use bioflux in Yumako Mesh. So very similar to what we're doing up here, except for we're using the Yumako instead. Ironically, as it were, we have... I mean, how much plastic are we going to need? How much plastic do we make? I don't know how lazy or how excess I should be with these, you know? Because I can make a bunch of these, but if it makes like already too much plastic, we're not going to make that many of these. 3 plastic bars to 1 bioflux. This is super efficient, like space-wise. Surely we need more than 1 plastic maker, though. There's no way we don't. Whoops. This makes plastic really quick, actually. Wait a minute. 4.5 per second is no joke for just that. How much plastic are we consuming when we do the circuits? This consumes 0.41 per second. And this consumes 0.25 of those, so that's like for 1 blue circuit we consume like basically like no plastic. I think we only need 1 plastic maker for the time being, unless we go like really bananas on our plastic. But I don't think we're going to. So I think the plastic is just like another thing that's just really surprisingly easily done, which I'm grateful for. I'm going to move these over a little bit, just so it looks a little bit nicer. I think I'm going to output the plastic over here. Whoops, that's the wrong direction. Heck, I did it backwards. We are truly living in a society right now. There we go. Okay, so spoilage is coming out here, which is a real pain in the tuchus because I forgot to take into account for spoilage. So we want these to be plastic specifically so we don't have any mess ups here. That means this is also not accounting for spoilage. Not that it's difficult to fix this, mind you. We will use filters and we'll just copy this filter design. Unfortunately, this one has to be a little bit snubbed. So I will just make this to match it. There, so now we have the spoilage output and we want to make sure that this is filtered to only grab our rocket fuel as well. So we have a little bit of rocket fuel being made. I might scale this up, but honestly, it's probably fine right now. This is going to tax our systems a little bit more. But that's why we built up everything in the first place. Okay, so we have some plastic now, which is nice. Not a crazy amount, but some. I'm really hoping the Radiant Starfarer has filled up its coffers and is above us. It is not. I could have sworn I changed these imports to be from this planet, but that's okay. I must have forgotten to do that. This is really awkward. I'm gonna just build with ghosts for a little bit. So we have our plastic coming down here. Perfect. Our ghost plastic. We now need to start making... No, I don't want to craft one of those. Whoops. Our red circuits. How many do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many does this eat? These eat... Okay, so it's like two of these to one of these. So we'll just do 5. That seems perfectly reasonable and respectable and not like we're getting too wacky at all. Honestly, this might be too little, but we can always just copy this design and repeat it down here. Sorry if an AFK work is crazy today. Don't worry about it at all. Sorry that work is crazy, though. Hopefully it chills out a little bit for you soon. So the plastic comes down here. I don't think we're gonna need like this much input on the oh my god, we're out of red grabbers too. I should just like make a big sweep of supplies. I don't think we need that many grabbers for the plastic. I'm gonna handcraft some of these in the meantime though. We will have them output like this. And then we have our red circuits in our line. And next is the blue circuits, which are going to be sulfuric acid and then red and green. Fortunately, that's easy to do that one. However, we're really only able to do like 2 of these. That's funny. Oh god, they actually take so much. The sulfuric acid's going to be interesting, to put it lightly. I don't quite know how we're doing that yet. Oh no, there's a way to make sulfur. That's not so bad. So it's spoilage and bioflux. So here's a reason to use spoilage. So we should probably start processing sulfuric acid now. Someone left all their stuff Friday for work, and then text this morning say they're done without any notice, so now there's another tech person. Now that sucks. At my old office job I was working at, there was someone who was just like, see you guys tomorrow, and then didn't come back and never said anything to anyone, like, ever. And people were like calling and stuff and never picked up. And then like a week or 2 later, someone called him. He's like, oh yeah, I just quit. I didn't tell him or anything. I didn't feel like it. And everyone was just like, what? Like, I get that like the necessity for like a 2-week notice is kind of a pain in the butt because some people just want to like not be there anymore, but it is like, at least you could say goodbye. I don't know. All right, so let me think. Sulfuric acid, we need to use spoilage for that. The best place for us to get spoilage is right here at the end of this line. Gleba gets kind of funky. What sounds am I listening to right now? Gleba gets a little quirky at times. Honestly, I think we might just grab it from here in spite of the fact that there's a better place to do it. Gleba's got my brain case feeling messed up, RN. Honest to goodness, like, this might just be kind of free. Can I fit it down here? No, you don't think. There's no chance. There's no way that this is going to be an efficient way to make this. Maybe it is, though. Honestly, the sulfur just kind of makes itself at that point, you know? This is kind of profoundly lazy. Maybe it's not that lazy. Perhaps I'm being too harsh on myself. So it doesn't look like we can make sulfuric acid in here, unfortunately. We can make sulfuric acid in here, which is nice. We can make biosulfur, but no sulfuric acid. We can also make biolubricant. So we will be using a normal chemical plant, it looks like. Honestly, if I can just like bake this into the area, then I'm kind of super for that. The iron's like right there too. It's like this was meant to be. It's like I'm some sort of genius. Heck, we're out of belts. How you doing, Radiant Starfarer? I miss you. I still talk about you. I'm really surprised. What happened? Oh no. I was like, I'm really surprised Volcanus isn't filling anything. Oh. It's working again. Kind of? Oh no, what went wrong? I know I went kind of wacky on Volcanus, but Volcanus is supposed to be the one that's working. We're out of steam. Why are we out of steam? We ain't got no steam. Because we added sulfuric acid. Why are we out of sulfuric acid? Did the mines like dry up? Is that what happened? Are these roboported? They sure heckin' aren't. Oh boy. Over under on there being robot or roboports being made here. There's at least some roboports here. Over under there being modules here. I think the issue, oh my god, I really like what I did with Volcanus. This planet was so fun. I think one of the major issues, maybe we're mining it too slowly. I'm considering that to be like a part of it. Can I not pump track that? I can, okay. Okay, the bots are nice and healthy. So the question is, are we just producing too little in the pump jacks, or do we need to speed them up? We're low power, so nothing's really working right now. Do I have a load-bearing pole? I should set up a power switch somewhere, instead of just being like, where can I disconnect the pole, basically. I remember having steam issues before, but I thought I fixed it. I'm gonna turn off the upper part of the factory for a little bit. I think this will be enough, judging by where the power poles are. Okay, I guess it won't be off technically, but... Okay, this is all off now. That's not what I had anticipated by doing that. Okay, why are you off if you have the solar? It's nighttime. Okay. It is now daytime, so everything is functioning down here, but not functioning very efficiently. I think the core issue from what I'm looking at here, I'm trying to like suss it out. But the long and short is we just don't have enough steam being produced. We produce like a little bit of steam at the very start. And that's it. And it boils down to this here. We're not making enough sulfuric acid. So I'm going to call for speed modules here and hope that that's enough to fix it. These can take speed modules on their own, right? They can. This will take more power, but at the end of the day, like, these things, to make power, we simply need more, like, more of the fuel. We're just not producing enough of it. End of story. There needs to be more. Because this is just not making enough. Gotta spend power to make power is like the most real thing ever. It's actually like vaguely positive right now too. I can't believe this went so wrong. Maybe I should put some prod modules in this as well. That seems like a good idea. Hey? Oh, they can't take them. Could put speed in them, I guess. I don't love doing that, but it seems like we're producing enough sulfuric acid now. Like, we're net gaining steam pretty efficiently, but the issue is that, like, most of the factory is not plugged in right now. I think we need to take another sulfuric acid patch is the big thing. Oh, and there's like a boatload down there. We're gonna keep it running for now, but I think, holy moly, 116,000. I think I'm gonna go back to Volcanus and improve stuff soon. I mean, once I can get off this planet, obviously. Yeah, like the steam is positive right now, but it's not meaningfully positive. Maybe we just need more. With the speed modules, it becomes too quick. Let's remove one of each. Yeah, it's definitely that, because I think that there's a mechanic where this decays over time. We're just not mining enough sulfuric acid to maintain what the base wants. I think much of our power probably comes from down here. I'm a little surprised Novice is being attacked. Did we run out of artillery? No, alright. Maybe it fired a shell and then because the thing spread and that's why they attacked. I figured because they were so far away from our pollution, because Novice isn't really doing much, that we wouldn't have been attacked. Alright, how's Volcanus looking? I can't believe that everything broke. So embarrassing. Do you have enough turbines to support the Volcanus base at power? I don't. I thought I did, but it's certainly likely that I don't. The issue that I can see is that I mean, I know there's a lot of issues I could see. When in doubt, add a few more of everything and see if it fixes itself. Turbine ladder looks really cool. Yeah, I actually really like this one. The other thing I did with turbines on Novice was like a box around my power plant, which I really liked. But then I was like, I want to try and do something different because, like, this is cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, I like how it looks, and on the map it looks really cool too. But on Volcanus, I was getting wacky. I don't even remember doing this, to be honest with you, but it does look, if nothing else, interesting. We do need to spread out a few more roboports, so let us do that. That'll probably be fine. Thank goodness bots exist, because if I just saw this and was like, this is never going to work again, I was going to be real bummed. Alright, so now we're good on Steam with nothing else plugged in. Let's wait for these to be set up as well, and then we'll plug everything in. The important thing is, like, if we become power deficit, I assume the reason we became power deficit is because I made, like... Oh my god, we're, like, running out of tungsten too? Wow, unexpected. But I assume the reason that we've hit a power deficit is because I made such big demands on the foundries for giving us supplies, and so they were all just on at once, which I wasn't prepared for. Surely I have steam turbines being made somewhere. It sure doesn't look like it. Aw, heck. That's relatively unfortunate. Super easy to make though. Copper plate, iron gear wheel, iron or pipe, excuse me. So I think I'm gonna just set up a on-the-go crafter just for efficiency now. Can it go in a foundry? I doubt it. I should just look up the recipe before doing this. Turbine. Okay, no, it cannot, so we're not going to bother. We are going to set up our assembling machine. T, I just saw you say you're in way over your head. I'm sorry. Hopefully things work out soon for ya. Okay. So we have a storage box with these in them. So I can at least make some. I hope that I have these other things in boxes. I assume I do. I learned recently, this might like blow your mind. Maybe it won't. But you can shift right click a machine and then shift right click a box and it'll request like everything needed for the machine. That's insane. Like I technically I didn't even have to load it in over here on the gear wheels, but I figured it was fine to just put it here. Oh, right. You don't have power. I was like, why aren't you working? Oh, God. All right. I'm going to plug it back in. And then this is going to start making turbines. Everything will be fine. All right. This will be fine. Let's just gently plug the base back in. Little gentle plug back in. Boop. Now everything's running. Everyone's cooking. We're going to look at the power. Yup, that is quite the demand of power that we will certainly be able to meet soon. Where was I making those? It was up here. Right, and we will put those into a red chest, which I don't remember the name of. And we'll just limit those to 2 lines for now. Cool. Super inefficient way to make this, granted, but it's good enough for the moment, and we don't need a crazy amount of them. One thing I learned recently is you can click a blueprint into the name of a requester group, then fill the requester group with items in the blueprint. That's crazy! I've never heard of that either. There's so many neat things in this game. Perfect. So now we are expanding Miko's ladder. The steam is like kind of fluctuating a little bit. It actually looks like it might be going up, surprisingly. Oh, it's really fighting though. Honestly, I should have just made more solar panels and set up more, but they're off at night, so surely this is just fine. What the heck happened here? Thought that those were the big poles, not the small poles. I mean, I guess those are the big poles, but I thought they were the substations. Okay, so we're now net positive, but I'm still a little bit concerned on the steam status. Regardless, this is an improvement. Remember when we were working on gleba? That was nice. Oh, we're like super far ahead on steam now. There's just a crap load sitting in the machine. This is ideal. If we see this, that means everything's working fine. This is good. Which means everything is functioning, at least for the moment. How is the Starfarer doing? Oh, it's got so much stuff. The one thing it's really missing is undergrounds, which is kind of my... I mean, I guess the normal belts are also my priority right now. Let's just let it do its thing for a little bit. Snap back to reality. We don't have a off-put for spoilage, and there is 200 spoilage in the off-put of the fuel section here. Unfortunately, reality is often disappointing and spoilage heavy, from time to time at least. There does in fact go gravity. Alright, so I'm gonna manually take the spoilage out this time, just because there's so much of it. We should also off-put our... God, I really like how gleba can have you just like have like this line here is so cool to me. Maybe it's not that cool, but I really like that I just have like the off-put of the cringe. I want to off-put this sulfur. I guess we'll just put it into a box for now because I don't have any belts. I forgot. There's no jumping in Factorio. That's why I don't like it. If you can't b-hop in Factorio, like, is it really playing the game? This is such a jank sulfur setup. There's gotta be a more efficient way, but it is really funny to me. What's bonus funny is actually, like, unironically, wait, no. I have a good idea. Hear me out, right? What if... What if... Alright, we're gonna leave that as is, but I'm gonna get a little bit wacky now because it just dawned on me how awesome this could be. Alright, this is gonna be so cool. So we're gonna put spoilage in here, right? Honestly, you might have already figured out what we're doing, and you're so right about it. It is gonna be, admittedly, a little bit jank. There's gonna be some jankness to it. But it might be awesome, and that's the important thing. So we are going to set up our own little belt of spoilage. I wish I had... I mean, you know what? Let's just borrow a little bit here. Who's going to say anything? No one's going to notice if we steal these blue belts. We only need a little bit for this. So, we're going to set this up. And we're going to wire this to here. And we're going to set the condition for this to only enable... It already has spoilage. Great. So we're going to look for spoilage in this box. And we'll only disable if the spoilage count goes past, we'll say, 1,000. So this way, the excess spoilage that goes here is going to spit out here, which will then be used for the formula itself. And then if we have any extra spoilage, it goes into the line. Oh my god, I love gleba. This place is the best. Whoever invented gleba, you're a real one. I actually want to bring the sulfur right down this line here, so we're actually going to move this a little bit too, but that's okay. It shouldn't change anything in the grand scheme of things. Okay, Volcanus, how are you doing? My beloved lava rock. You seem like you're doing fine, to be honest with you. Everything is awful. You're not doing fine. We're running out of steam. It's because the rockets are firing. I'm going to stop having rockets launch for now. Let's just get the Starfarer out of here. Like, I'm grateful for all the supplies, but we gotta go. Go to gleba. Gonna just turn off this request. You're waiting for one more thing of belts? Great, that's thousands of belts, perfect. How are we doing on undergrounds? We still have plenty of those. Alright, so Volcanus is pushed over the edge when the rocket needs to start getting blue circuits and stuff. Once all this needs to start working, that's when it's pushed over the edge. Hopefully it'll be able to like sustain from this, but we're struggling now, which is not great. Oh, it looks like we're like barely gonna be fine too. That's crazy. Let's let Volcanus heal a little bit. That's all we need is a little bit of stuff to go just to get the engine started. Thank goodness. I am so excited to see you, Radiant Starfarer. I really missed you. In your weird grapply arms. I mean, they're not weird. I kind of wish I had them. Ever since I was young, I told myself if I could ever like replace my arms with like cool robotic ones that were way better, specifically my hands, I would heckin' do it in a heartbeat. Is that a little bit messed up? Maybe. But you know what? Here we are. I don't really want the artillery shells currently, so I'm not going to sweat those. Cool. So we've taken the belts and stuff that we need. I don't really think I want anything else. It's currently on the Radiant Starfarer, so we're going to send it on its normal loops now. Thank goodness we are back to having belts again. I should just start processing them here. I think that's going to be next on the agenda or pretty high up. So where were we? Right. So we didn't have belts to do this, so I was taking a break from this really quick, but we should be able to set up our blue circuit production pretty quickly now. We had done most of the framework for it, so it should just be walking over, letting the bots do the hard work. Grateful for them. Good work, good work. Getting a little wacky on our placement of these. I need to fix them so they don't look so scrunky. Why is this one missing power? I guess it is just slightly out of the range. My inventory is so full of garbage too. We gotta fix that at some point. Okay, so we're making red circuits now, which is nice. Not making them particularly fast, but that's okay. We will go back to making our sulfuric acid because that is the next step in the chain to finish our blue circuit. And then, believe it or not, we're almost done. What's the last thing we need? LDS, and LDS is kind of easy, right? Yeah, like we need plastic for that, but we're getting ready to get off of gleba, surprisingly. I'm really surprised at how small this pollution cloud is. I almost feel like it must be wrong. I feel like it should be enormous, but regardless of that. I really like this plastic, or this spoilage idea. I really do. I'm really feeling myself on it, sorry. Oh, that's the opposite way of where we wanted that to go. Yikes. No longer ballin'. Okay, so now we have plastic down here, or excuse me, sulfur. Do I need the sulfur on a belt down here? I guess there's no reason to not process it down here. Why do I have sulfur down here, actually? I should have just turned it into sulfuric acid up there. What else is it used in? Ah, heck. I guess it's fine to process it down here. No, it's not. It's a huge pain in the butt. I don't know why I did that. It'd be much easier to bring a pipe down here instead of the sulfur. I guess it kind of looks nice. There's water right here. You know what? I'll process it right here. I was thinking that there wasn't going to be any water anywhere nearby, so we'll just do this. Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You are there. So we are going to do sulfuric acid. Going to weave some iron in here as well. I was just thinking about how I was going to do it. I see that I have an odd number of underground belts, which really breaks my heart to see, and I'm hoping that rectifies itself one day. And I hope that it's not something that really couldn't afford to break. It'll be fine. Let's do that instead. Okay, so boom, boom. Boom, boom. Have the acid come out the middle. Water go through the sides. And now we are the proud owners of sulfuric acid, which is another one of the main things we had to solve. So, great. I mean, again, I say solve like it's really complex. Look, it's tough for me, okay? It ain't easy being glebby. But it is fun. I'll admit that I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Okay, so we will pump in our red circuits with long-handed inserters. For the sake of style, I'll do it like this. I'm hoping that if we look at Volcanus, it's not dead and instead healing right now. Cool beans. It's not dead yet, at least. Once things start, like, backfilling again, like the blue circuits and stuff, it's going to take a lot less power and things will be fine. As long as it doesn't fully turn off, it should turn fully back on. The Volcanus music is so heckin' intense, though. My goodness gracious. Okay, so that's the sulfuric acid. And now we are the proud owners of some, admittedly probably quite slow, blue circuits, but we're going to slam some productivity modules into them, which does not speed them up, but they take a lot to go into them, so it just seems like a good idea to do. Yeah, blue circuits, POG, so that's something. We don't need to make a crazy amount of them again. I'm not planning on doing much on gleba right now, except for getting the science pack, because there's some cool unlocks of them. Can we make Spidertron, or do we need to go further in? Oh, I want a Spidertron so bad. I've never made one before. It takes a raw fish, too. Does that mean you need to make a legendary raw fish to make a legendary Spidertron? That actually goes crazy. I really need to clean up my inventory. I'm gonna go stick some of the copper into here to get rid of that really quick. I'm aware that our ore mines have turned off entirely. I don't think we're going to be consuming that much. I should probably turn them back on at some point, but regardless, we have blue circuits done. Very rudimentary. We can always expand it outwards. Gleba definitely has really good research rewards. I also like how the person looks in the health up one. They're really like feeling themselves, and I like that. It's a good vibe. So the factory is still running. Our pollution is certainly bigger. I feel like this is the first time I've noticed it being notably bigger. I need to figure out what to do about the ore. It might be a good idea to just make like a buffer box. I don't really know how to do that. With this compact design, I think maybe it would be easier for me to just make bacteria, but the bacteria would have to be made like here. I mean, maybe that's fine. I might be able to just use requester chests in a really clever way. I mean, clever is probably a bad word for it. But requester chests might be the solution. Oh, I have 50 of them on me. Okay, great. Glad that I checked that first. The design is so compact, though. That work? I need to go downstream. So, like, if I put a requester chest here, and we request the bacteria. You can copy it for over here. We only need one on each side. We obviously want to change this into the copper bacteria. And then we can set up something that reads whether or not these belts have ore on them, and then it can kick on when it gets no ore on the belt. That's like a good idea. I feel like I could do that. That won't be too excess either. This will waste... I mean, this shouldn't waste any more nutrients than normal, actually. Assuming the bots can get it there in time, it's totally possible that it just spoils on the way. That's my big concern right now. But I really like the idea. It could be fun in theory. It shouldn't make a crazy amount of it if we do the right conditions too. Obviously we need a few roboports, but I think we can actually make those now, right? Yeah, we just need some advanced circuits, but I can go nap those. So it'll need yummy either way, which means it'll need an off-put for the spoilage either way, which thankfully we've, you know, set up anyways. So we want to set up the spoilage condition on these. Okay, so how do I want to set up... This inserter has to be wired really far away. What is a good way to do that? I guess we could just do it through power poles. We can reuse the green one after this too. Okay, so we have the green wire going all the way out here. Perfect. So we want the green wire to go out to here, and the green wire to go out to here. And then we will change the condition for this to read all belts, and then we'll hold all belts. And we'll read all belts, hold all belts. And now it can look and see, and it should be able to... Actually, I've never done a connection with the wire doing like both at once, like the copper and the iron. So I'm hoping that this works. But I'm going to enable disable with the condition that the copper is equal to 0. I'm going to copy that one, put it here, We'll just change the condition. Oh, I need to plug it into the wire first, obviously. I was like, why can't I see it? There we go. We'll change that to copper. So now it says it's disabled. Why would you be... Oh, because there's still copper on the belt. Perfect. So this is working then. So it's reading this properly. So now, in theory, I need to go grab some stuff so this actually works. This should kick on the machine every time it turns off, and I actually really like this solution if it works. If it doesn't work, it's cringe. But if it works, it's super cool. We do need a few roboports, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I really like this. This is a really interesting design. Now, of course, it's going to just be making excess right now. I think we need to do a second off-put for the spoilage on these. We need a roboport. Actually, how many roboports do we have? We need way more roboports. I should have shipped a few over, but that's okay. Let me just nab our red circuits since this is what they're here for. Now that we've made them, we can actually have the luxury of doing these. We're not making gear wheels anywhere. That's really funny. Our iron just goes into circuits and nothing else. I was like, I can grab some gear wheels to save some time. Okay, so we definitely need one over here. Period, end of story. There has to be one that can see this area. We also need to daisy chain them back, so may as well cover our furnace stacks as well in the meantime. That should work. Oh no, it doesn't quite connect them actually. I think these two might connect. It's hard for me to tell when they're not like existing yet. Oh, heck yeah, that connects. Love that for me. Y'all got any of those red circuits that I could slurp? Honestly, this is good because we can see down here anyways. Look at how nice it looks at the start of the system. Ignore all the icky spoilage down there, but look at how nice everything looks. And then it just goes like bleh as you start going down. God, I'm really feeling myself on the sulfur design. This box is so cool. It just works. It's self-sufficient too. Okay, so now it goes, oh hey. So that's an interesting issue that we're producing. Is there's going to be extra iron ore in here. I think the easiest way to do it is just to rip it out and stick it into the furnaces, right? We will have this specifically look for iron ore. Oh man, dealing with the spoilage is so interesting. Even when the spoilage turns out to be ore, which is very, very strange, but I do enjoy it. So we're just going to have these output onto the same belt. That is very scary. It wouldn't have been that bad, but having iron ore in that belt would have been a little bit annoying. Alright, so, we're just gonna bring this over here, I guess. I'll put priority iron ore on... I guess it doesn't really matter which side. I guess I'll do the copper ore here. And there you go. This should, the excess ones we make with this design should slot into the system before it turns off and fills up. I mean, the system will absolutely turn off. It absolutely will. But it'll turn back on its own too, which is really cool. This one must have started working. Ah, because there's no ore on the belt. Yeah, so this one kicked on because it ran out at one point. Now it's only the bacterium on the belt right now, I hope. Yep, there's only bacterium on the belt, so It's going to keep working. It's a little bit excessive. I could have made it a little bit different so I wouldn't eat so much of it. But as soon as it starts going, like, we're good to go. It does waste a bit of materials, but I think it's sufficient enough for what we want. This will make it so that we'll never stop processing ores, basically. Because even if we fill up on plates now and the belt is full of ore, it just won't do anything. It'll be like, oh, there's ore there. I don't have to activate. Really cool. Really cool. Okay, so that's dealt with that looming issue. I watched our pollution spread a little bit. So we have blue circuits done. I may have to ramp them up, but I also may not need to. I have rocket fuel done, which we're now making excess of, which is a positive thing. But I did want to set up something where we can dump the excess rocket fuel. I don't know exactly how I want to do it yet. I mean, obviously the logical thing is just putting it into the line. But right now we're already fine on power. I guess the ideal thing would be setting up some sort of a combinator that checks to see when this goes below a specific level of power, outputs something, and then when it's low enough, it pulls from the rocket fuel. But I'm not quite ready to use the rocket fuel yet, so I'm not going to set that up quite yet. I think we're going to look at LDS next to finish the big trifecta of getting off gleba. Plastic bars, steel plates, and copper plates, and wouldn't you know it, we have 2 of those things done, but not the 3rd one. So we do want to set up at least a little bit of a steel stack. I don't know how big we want to make it. I think I'm going to just take like half of this and then slam it down over here probably. Yeah, that seems fine. I'm kind of spitballing the numbers here, but it should be fine. We can always change it later. And now steel, it exists, which is wonderful for us. Nope, don't really want to make that go so far. I just copy this ending because I actually really like how that came out. Sweet. So steel is done, just like that. So plastic, steel, and what was the thing? It was copper cables or copper plates? Copper plate, steel, plastic. Okay, so that's really easy, and we have everything like right here. So I'm going to just start building the LDS over here. The one kind of awkward side of this is we are building our circuits down here, our LDS over here, and our rocket fuel up here. I think I'm going to put the rocket to the north. Actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to put it to the east. I'm going to put it over here where these things are, because we already have like the landing pad there, so I think it would make more sense to put it over there. So let us begin our design for a low density structure. It should be like easy. I'm going to just do 5 of them, and I think that's probably still going to be like kind of excess, to be honest. Like, I don't think we're going to process steel fast enough to satisfy a low density structure. Doesn't it craft kind of quickly? Nope. Nope. Slow as dirt. Extremely slow. Profoundly slow. I was very much off on my memory of low density structure, although I did recently do LDS productivity, I think, right? Yeah, so we get a little bonus productivity making a low density structure. We call that Value Town where I come from. So we will bring up our copper. I should really have started producing, like, inserters on this planet, but, you know, live and let live and all that. Gleb and let gleb. What's the little right clicks between friends? Then we need the plastic, which the plastic already comes down here, so we can easily just break some off. I think we're going to just use red inserters to put in the plastic. It does need... No, I guess it doesn't need more than anything else. We're using red inserters for that, too. Like, it doesn't really matter. I think the LDS is going to be so slow that it doesn't really matter how quickly it fills in, to be honest with you. You know, I'll just do it like this. Have the LDS output upwards. I think I'm going to just copy paste these down a little bit. I don't necessarily want to get rid of them because, you know, might as well keep the solar panels up. They don't do a crazy amount, but they're better than nothing. I do want to move them down. Looks like some of these aren't even able to be built because it's the gleba marsh, the fancy schmancy ones. Oh, maybe those are just a little bit shy on normal stuff too. It doesn't matter too much. Boom. There we go. Let's move that down a little bit. Let's set up some power here. And now we will slowly, admittedly, be outputting some low density structure. It doesn't look like it's working. Because I didn't put in the plastic yet and I'm trying to output even more low density structure. There we go. Now we're making low density structure. I was like, what is happening? Honestly, we make it quicker than I expected. It's not too bad. Alright, low density structure is done. So now we have low density structure, we have rocket fuel, and we have blue circuits. So we can, in theory, leave gleba at some point, which is kind of cool. That is kind of a lot. The concrete is a little bit annoying. Nothing else looks too bad though. Electric engine units, do they take lubrication? No, there's no way they do. They totally do. Alright, so let's make some lubricant as well as engine units. I mean, we could also just ship those over. But we should probably be good to make them. We've been kind of skipping a lot of the crafting anyways by bringing stuff over. So I'm going to just make them myself, I think. Plus, if we ever need like engine units here, if we want to make a tank or something when we're not here and then remote control it, it could be an option. We aren't making any iron gear wheels yet, so we're going to set up a very, very basic iron gear wheel build. Not that iron gear wheels are really complex, but I just mean we're not going to be making too many of them more than anything. I feel like I just got jump scared by gleba music. That's the pentapods can hear you sound. So if you hear that, you better start worrying. Alright, so we'll connect this through. We will make some iron gear wheels. I'm just kind of spitballing how many we want. Iron gear wheels are now something that exists in our factory, which is nice. So we need steel plates, iron pipes, and then the gear wheels, which we have the gear wheels done here. Let's make some pipes here, and I think with the pipes as well, we're going to put those into a box so that we can call on them whenever we need them. I think I'm gonna make the pipes right here. This is very like tight on the design, but I don't want to expand out too much because if something goes wrong, I want to make sure that we can like answer it quickly. I'm still a little bit concerned about pentapods, and by a little bit, I mean a pretty significant amount. We haven't thought about them in a whole session, which is nice. But it's still a problem that can manifest basically instantly, which is pretty cool if you think about it. Alright, we make pipes really quick. Underground pipes, are they more iron or are they just pipes? Pipe. So it's pipes and iron plates. Let's set up some of those too, just so we can grab them and use them if we need them. I don't really see a reason to not do it. P-Pay of the underground. Great. We probably, yeah, we have a request for these, so that's fine. We'll just have these two kind of be our support pipes. Our emotional support P-Pays. This is some gnarly belt weaving we're getting into. How do we do what we want to do? Yeah, that looks good. This is a little bit dumb because I really shouldn't be putting these on the same belt so early. I'm actually going to do this a little bit different than I was going to do. I was just going to stick them on the same belt, but what if I want pipes on their own? That red exclamation point that popped down in the bottom, I was like, we're dead. The pentapods have arrived. Now that I put it into my mind that pentapods can attack, which they totally could, they probably won't, but our defenses are really lacking right now. I saw that rocket turrets are a thing, so I'm kind of hoping that those will be a fun solution to our problems. Fingers crossed. Okay, so that should be engine units to my memory done. Again, I'm really like starting to like paint things a little close together, but you know, sometimes you need to get a little bit funky with it. The thing is we don't need a crazy amount of these. Once these engine units are like done crafting, we don't really need them for anything else. So I'm probably just gonna end up putting them in a requester box. We didn't make the lubricant yet, but we need to make electric engine units, which we need these for. So, you know, step one is done. We will just put these into a red box, I think, and then just set up a requester chest later on. We will need to make, it seems, another roboport to sustain where that is. So I'm just going to nab some of these. I think I'm also going to put excess of these into a requester chest as well, or a provider chest, I should say. Same with the green circuits as well. Just so we can like grab them whenever we want them. It's the surprise tool for later. Okay, let's wait for this roboport. So after this, what are we working on? We need to slam down those roboports, which will be nice and quick. After the roboports are down, we were working on getting our rocket silo. Yes. So we'll continue. We'll go set up lubricant. That's the next thing. But I think lubricant was like just jelly nut or something. Like it was really easy. Or I guess just jelly. We will go check the fluids and we'll look at lubricant. It's just 60 jelly. I mean, I say just 60 jelly, but that is kind of a significant amount of jelly, but it should be like really easy. Just set it up, forget about it. It'll fill up a few storage tanks, which we'll set up, and then we'll be good to go. So we're going to put this down here so that those are in the system as well. And then we need to put them down here. I guess I'll just do this side. We still need one more of them though. All right, so let us make a lubricant. The best place to make is probably somewhere mashed in here. I really wish I could fit it right here. I think we'd struggle to make the power look good if we did that though. Maybe we won't. You don't think? God, I don't know. Just being able to feel like this little quadrant would feel so satisfying. This little hyper-efficient quadrant of productivity that's almost certainly not going to be enough in the long run, but is probably enough for the moment. It looks like biolubricant can't be made here. Is it made in one of those machines then? That makes sense. Biolubricant. Heck. It's the first time my design hasn't really lined up to what I wanted. Maybe it's still fine. That should be sufficient there. I really want to do the same design where we have the spoilage spit out like this, but this should be just fine. Nothing meaningfully changed. Oh man, this is cool. Okay, so let's copy this for the spoilage, because there will certainly be spoilage. And boom, there's lubricant done as well. I meant to put down storage tanks for this as well, so I'm going to do that really quick. Just so we can have like a little excess sulfuric acid sitting in the tanks. We're probably using a good chunk of it right now. Oh, we forgot to deal with spoilage on this line? Wait, I thought we made it so spoilage couldn't be on this line. How the heck did that happen? There's certainly spoilage coming down. Uh-oh. We did not filter this for only spoilage, so we are taking out some of the spoilage here. Nuts. That's okay, we figured it out sooner than later, which is a nice thing. So I'm going to stand in the end and then dump the line. Okay, that looks much better. So there should never be any spoilage on this line, so we shouldn't have to worry about it ever again. Good chunk of roboports down now. I really like the circuit board look when we zoom out. Our pollution is certainly growing a lot now. It makes sense since the factory has a lot more demand on it, but it's just nice to see everything working, but I do feel a little bit of concern. I'm going to do the thing again where I tap this really quickly, and we're going to see if it turns. Does not turn, so nothing is in our ring yet, which is quite nice. As long as the pollution, or I guess it's spores, not pollution, as long as that reaches the edge of the ring, we're good. We're out of iron. That is because the iron machine turned off, I assume. It is now restoring itself. It is. So cool. The factory will have these like hiccups where it turns off for a little bit, but it will turn back on pretty quickly. I'm going to... See, the thing is like, it's weird. If I set it so that there's like less than 50 iron, that might be smarter because it'll start sooner. However, it'll also just keep wasting time a lot in the beginning. But I think I'm going to do that anyways because it'll be less downtime overall. So we're going to change the condition for grabbing to be less than 50 iron. That's when it'll kick on. We'll do less than 50. At times, I'm almost feeling like we need to scale up our Yumako production. Although we are running it off of 2 right now, so it doesn't seem that bizarre that we would need to scale it up more. But so far, everything seems to be working. Great. So back to what I was thinking about. We wanted to make the lubricant so that we could make engine units. Specifically, the fancy schmancy engine units. Just so we can get enough to get off the planet. It takes electronic circuits, which are kind of far away. The lubricant's up here, though. But I think I'm going to just ferry over these, because this is going to be like a one-and-done type thing. Honestly, those are in boxes, too. I think I'm going to just request her... I feel like request a chest. They're not, like, cheating or anything, but I feel like I'm coughing out sometimes by using them. But again, this is just like a very temporary thing. We shouldn't really need engine units for anything else after setting up our first thing. So, going to do it, I think. Electric circuits 2-to-1 on engine units. We're producing engine units fairly slowly, so I'm going to just put some speed modules into this because, you know, no reason to really not at this point. I'm going to just craft it here. We'll have this be our electric engine unit We have the lubricant coming over here, which I will set up now. The PPAs are always just a little bit too short. Then the electronic circuits. We'll just ask for 200 of them. These stack up to 50, I imagine. They do stack up to 50, so we will just limit this box to 4, and then when this finishes, it'll just be done. But that's one of the things we need for the rocket. I think that's like the primary thing that we can't like make on hand. Concrete as well. So now that this is set up, this will be processing these. We can productivity module them. I think we might actually do that. I was gonna speed it, but with like how engine units seem to be kind of sort of in short supply. Maybe they're not really short supply. How many do you produce? 0.22 per second, 0.11 per second. Okay. This now uses 0.22 per second. So this is now perfect. Great. So we'll just speed mod both of them. Theoretically, we could get skunked on electronic circuits, but I think we'll be just fine. All right, cool. So that'll be done in no time flat. Let's go make our concrete next. Concrete is, I think, water and stone. Iron ore, stone, brick, and water. Okay, so I was missing a very core part of it, which was the iron ore, which thankfully we are making now, and we can certainly use. But we will need to siphon off some of our iron ore to successfully make it. And we end up needing, I think, a lot of them too. 1,000, is it? 1,000 concrete. So stone bricks is another thing we're not making, but we're also not really, like, gathering a bunch of stone. Unfortunately, the only stone we have is kind of far away. So I think what I'm going to do is just set up a bunch of miners and then manually move the ore. I could have the bots do it, but again, this is one of those one and done type things. This also is probably going to cause some real traumatic damage to our power supply. Maybe I will just belt it up, actually. I changed my mind. I'm belting it up. We got so many undergrounds and an odd number of them too. Thank goodness that that's a thing. I'm actually really happy we have an odd number of underground belts and not mad about it. I'm cutting through this jelly nut, but that doesn't really matter. We might end up switching this out later, but my plan right now is just to get this upward. Our journey has taken us so starward, RN. Am I out of underground belts? Okay, maybe I got too wacky. Alright, we're on mostly dry land now, so it should be easy enough. The music just kind of stopped and it makes you alone with your thoughts, which really sucks. Real selfish of the music for that. What were we doing with this stone again? Right, we were going to process it first and foremost. So I think I'm going to do that probably over here. That feels like a good spot for it. We're getting low on blue belts again, which is fine. Starfarer has returned here. It looks like it just dropped off a bunch of science, actually. Which means it's completely out of fuel. Is it off again? Is Volcanus off? It's not off. Okay, cool. I was pretty confident Volcanus was off. What did it ship into the air? It might be the science that I had requested before it was already on the way. Okay, yeah, it's just a bunch of science. Can I ask for one last influx of transport belts? I'm sorry. Lend me your strength one final time. Grant me this one final blessing. I tried to go full, what was his name? Forge Ring? Look, World of Warcraft was a long time ago for me, like 2009. So it was some time. I don't remember my quotes. Best tips, is that how you say that? I appreciate the raiding party. Hopefully you're doing fantastic and welcome. Okay, we need to smelt this like 2 minutes ago. But how many do we need? Probably not an excessive amount. Best raid. I'm super down for a fest raid. Slate spam? I'm down for slate spam. Wakes me up a little bit. This is so excess. We do not need this much. How am I doing? How's the stream? How's the planet? I'm alright. I'd be kind of dumb to complain, to be honest. Things could be a great deal worse. The stream's going great and the planet's going heckin' fun. Gleba's got me feeling stuff I haven't felt in years, to be honest. How you doing today? Alright, stone bricks are done. I don't think we're gonna need a crazy amount of these either. Damn, that good, huh? Maybe a little bit dramatic. But I'm having a nice time with it, if nothing else. Whenever I don't run out of belts. Yeah, Gleba, I don't want to say it was a nightmare at first, but I was definitely very afraid of the local fauna. And I still am, and if they get close, that's a real problem. Because I do not want to be stomped again. Also, forgetting eggs in my pocket was a real problem. Why are we out of power? Ah, we're using a little bit too much, okay. This is a good use case for setting up the rocket fuel thing I've been putting off to do. Your Gleba world is much neater than mine. I appreciate it. It's probably it looks neater than it is. That's my hypothesis at least. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna just set up a little spaghetti here. Actually, this is gonna cause us to back up too. I mean, it's probably fine. Interesting that it takes the priority on the rocket fuel even in slot 2. Okay, it's only to use it up. How do I not have this back up? Maybe I'll set up a separate heating tower that takes rocket fuel. That's probably a good idea. That'll keep the heat going and everything. Let's do that. That way, this one will off-put all of the garbage, and we'll have a secondary one that will help produce enough heat for everything to be fine, even if we run out. And we can dump the excess rocket fuel into that, and that'll make me feel a little bit better about it. I just wish Gleba would stop breaking all the time. And Volcanus too. My Volcanus keeps breaking, which is a real problem. Although maybe it's done breaking. I don't know. You almost full on belts? Not really, but I think I'm gonna send you anyways, to be honest. Just gonna need those belts. I need to start making belts on here, but I haven't done it yet. Okay. Second heating tower. Did we make that? We made the second heating tower. Let us use the second heating tower. Maybe I need to make more of these boilers too, but that's going to be a future Miko problem and not a current Miko problem.
CTR Specdel, thanks for following.
Control spec delete, appreciate it, my friend. Your follow is super welcome. Copper plates, right. I like this plan though. I like where my head's at. Bulgars are my nightmare. I just started dabbling with quality in the recycler and making rare quality things. I think I've rebuilt the whole planet 5 or 6 times. Peps, I also appreciate the follow. Yeah, I haven't gone to Fulgora because I'm scared of that. Like I had a rough idea of how the planets worked, but just looking at recyclers and like the nonsense I've seen people like sort things through, I was like, what if we put that off? Pentapods suddenly don't seem so bad when you put it into perspective. It's easier than gleba? Oh, I hope so. I do. Okay, so you're actually like eating some of the heat right now, but we're just going to stick some of these in here so that you're going to do fuel, and then we're going to set up a circuit condition to check how the fuel is. I guess we'll set a combinator for that. I really don't understand combinators. I'm like spitballing. Anytime I pull a combinator out, it's basically just guessing. So I want you to read you. Is this the right direction? Do you output anything? You read temperature, T. Okay, input T. Great. I need food, gonna lurk about and wish you all the best. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Enjoy your food. Appreciate you, and hopefully you have something yummy. I ate earlier today. I should eat at some point too, but I'm too gleba pilled right now. I'm enjoying my Yumako, my jelly nut. Are these the same temperature? They are. Which means our factory is dead right now. But that's only because I accidentally... I plugged this in so the heat got dispersed into this as well. Once this goes over, we'll be fine. I can't help you as I know nothing. That's okay. The moral support is plenty. These things are so confusing. Alright, so... Conditions. We're going to look for the letter T. We want T to be less than 600. And then it will output low battery 1. So now anytime that the heat drops under 600, it's going to output this signal. And we're going to have this signal travel to release excess... I guess we could just set up I don't know if a requester works. No, a requester should be fine. It should be super easy with this. And then we have the red wire go from here to here. And this will only activate when low battery is output. If that is equal to 1, that will work. That is the rule. Boom. Do you have the cool spider yet? No, I don't have the cool spider. I want it though. It seems so cool. Okay, so rocket fuel. We'll ask for 100 of this. Okay, cool. So I'm going to take this out with the intent of this eventually running out of fuel. Why are you still loading? I must have done it wrong. Heck. Why aren't you functioning how I thought you would? Because you're not outputting this right now, right? You're outputting it now, and now you activate. So do I just have to do it backwards? Maybe that's sufficient. So if T... Okay, I see. This only activates when the signal goes out. The signal's going out now. Or this deactivates when the signal's going out. Okay. Fine, perfect. So if it's greater than 600, we'll deactivate it, and then we'll change it to... Yeah, once this drops under 600, it'll be good. So we'll change the symbol then for my own sanity. We'll have it be, we'll do a hot symbol. That feels good. And we'll change this to just be hot. It's certainly not called hot. I don't know why I assumed it was called hot. It's called thermometer high. Go figure. So now this will activate when the temperature is hot but not too cold. It works in my head. I remove these, boom. Now we're not wasting any more rocket fuel. But this will turn on if the heat of these two drops below 600, which it almost certainly will. It absolutely will at this pace that we're burning spoilage, which is fine. That's good. This is fine. This is a contingency. This will make it so our factory doesn't turn off. We're making rocket fuel, which is nice. I don't think we're making rocket fuel as quick as we'd like to anymore, but maybe it'll just be fine. What the heck was I working on? Oh, right. Oh, the Radiant Starfarer, you came. You do care. All right. We're going to have you chill above us for a little bit while you get more fuel. That means we do have access to some more belts now. We have so many express splitters. I should start using those instead of belts. Probably a little bit inefficient. I forgot we're out of undergrounds too. Oh, I just need to start making them here, but I've been lazy. Okay, why did we need these? We need concrete. Concrete takes iron ore in addition to this and water. So hopefully we can nab some iron ore from here. It's going to make our design look a little bit stinky though, which is a little bit unfortunate. I really liked how this looked. Does this read this part of the belt? It does not. Perfect. In that case, we're going to just nab this part off. We don't have any underground belts. I completely forgot about that travesty. We can't make them ourselves. Is there anywhere we can save underground belts? The answer is almost certainly no. We can make them because we have lubricant. Ugh, I should have just set this up forever ago. I keep bumping into the error of my own hube. My laziness manifests and then everything goes to heck. Don't I have some of these on a belt now? I do. I really need to set up automation for these belts, but for the moment I'm going to just suck it up because we don't need too many of them. Boom. So we've made one. I want to bring the ore downwards. We do need one more of them. Wonderful. Can this get across here? Yes, it can, barely. So we're just going to cut the ore down here and then should be easy breezy from there. Didn't need any more undergrounds for the near future. Certainly need to suck it up and eventually get more undergrounds, but it's not going to be a problem right now. So we need water, which we have excess water here, so we can easily set up a offshore pump, plug that bad boy in. And that's concrete, baby. Assuming I can find no. I ran out of assembling machines finally too. Oh god, I should have set up basic assembly here. Thank goodness I have plastic and stuff so I can make these. I got so close to being like able to leave Gleba, go pick up a bunch of stuff and come back. I was really close. How's Volcanus doing? Did it fix itself? It does appear to be kunkin again, which is quite nice. How is our belt production? It's like somewhere over here. We're going to switch you up to having 2 full lines of that because I've been eating a lot of those lately. You are also going to switch up to having 2 full, or a line of that. Because I've been making requests and like you having so few is really not vibing for me. God, the music on that planet is so like, I feel like I'm the bad person, you know? Alright, really lazy. We're going to do our concrete. It is just normal concrete we need. We have the water inputting. We have our iron ore. And boom. We do need 1,000, so I'm going to be moduling the living goodness out of this. We could start concreting the planet itself too, I guess. I don't really see a crazy reason to do it right now. It's taking 2.25 megawatts on its own. That's incredible. But we're making concrete at a pretty prestigious pace now, which is quite nice. We only need 1,000 of them, so I'll limit it to 1,000. What else do we need to make our rocket silo to finally be able to move betwixt the stars? 200 processing units. Oh god, I hope I was putting those in boxes, but I know in my heart of hearts that I wasn't. Sure heckin' wasn't. Oh, no time like the present. Our green circuits are not being made. Why are they not being made? Because we're out of iron plates, because the iron turned off temporarily. Going to set up an output priority to the right here so that the steel gets kind of backlined to get the stuff working. And I think I need to change the number. I know that I changed these to activate and start producing bacteria when there was 50, but I think it needs to be higher than that. I think it needs to be 100. Because clearly it turns off for long enough where it becomes a real problem. Oh, are you no longer reading it? Why does it not have a number there? Did I break the belt? I think I broke the iron belt. Something's wrong with my belt reading. Yep, this broke it. Okay, good to know. So this is always going to be activated now, so I need to fix this, which is fine. Simply combining the belt like this will make it so that it's no longer excess. That should be fine. That's like just as efficient. It's I guess it's technically a little bit less power efficient, but this way my machine's not just wasting all of my jelly for no reason. Perfect. Now it's saying there's 180 on the belt. I was like, why does it say there's 0? It's technically right, but only because I messed it up. Now we're making green circuits again, which means those are going to go into our blue circuits, which means we're producing blue circuits, which means we will eventually make it to that 200 total that we would really like to see. Tempted to prod mod all the way down, so I'm going to just do that on these. I actually ran out of productivity modules. I can't believe it. I guess I only brought like a chunk of them to the planet, but still a bit surprising to me. I could start prod modding the furnaces again and beaconing them, but that kind of killed our power, so I'm going to try to keep it a little more efficient now. I think our power is a lot more solved now that we have rocket fuel coming through. But efficiency modules are always nice. There's no real loss on them. Alright, so we're smelting now. Slowly but surely. Once this like starts spoiling again, we'll get a few of these. Have these ever made anything? They have. So it looks like these furnaces do eventually work. They just take a while due to the nature of like taking 5 minutes to spoil, or however long it is. right, so the concrete is already done, surprisingly. That was quite quick. So I will go ahead and grab that concrete, and I'll just let it build up a little bit more in the box in case we need it again. I assume we won't. Looks like we're also done with the, whatever the heck it's called, electric engine units. So we now need 1,000 steel plates. Our processing units, then we're good to go. Unfortunately, steel plates is also falling into that. I didn't put it in a box situation. Steel plates, however, are going to be really quick for us to get, so I'm not too concerned about that one. I'm not going to limit the box of steel plates. This is a little bit wasteful, but they're not going to be doing anything anyways for a while. Everything's looking good. I'm really surprised that nothing is just turned off. Holy moly, our pollution cloud's getting pretty big though. I mean, I guess it's really not that big, all things considered, but it's much bigger than when it was just barely encompassing this small area. What is my bot doing? Ah, okay. It's the requester chest we had over there. We're making the electric engine units, which we could theoretically turn off, but I'm going to just let it go for now. Just in case we need them for something. I think tanks take them at least, but I don't know if we're going to want a tank. Tanks absolutely do not take electric engine units, for the record. They take normal engine units. Don't believe my lies. Perfect. So there is our 1,000 of that as well. So it is just the processing units yet. And you know we're going to be rolling to see if we can get a high quality one. So look forward to that. Almost certainly not going to get so lucky, but it would be cool if we did. It's interesting to finally see like actual like factory, like things on belts. I guess we've seen things on belts the whole time, but it's just been like spoilage on belts. Now we're seeing plates and stuff, and it came up really quickly too, surprisingly. We are gonna need one more of those. We do have some quality modules on us. I think we get access to the better quality here. We do. That'll be really fun to go for. I think having epic quality, especially before we go to Fulgora, will be kind of neat. I kind of want to try to do, when we get to Fulgora, recycling across the board, obviously, and then just quality modules in them, and then just sorting the quality. That might be kind of dumb, but it sounds really fun. It also means we could potentially make a really nice mech suit out of quality stuff, which could be cool. I don't know, the world is really our oyster. Oh, you're making them so slow. Oh, we only needed 200, actually. I thought we needed 400, but I think it's only 200, right? Cool. So I'm going to slam down the crafter now, I think. God, my inventory is so full of garbage, but that's okay. We will go and say we want a rocket silo, and then we'll put everything in we have, and as well as the quality modules, and we'll swing back by that in a little bit. Honestly, it does scare me a little bit. I don't think there's any chance of us being attacked because of how pollution works here, but it does scare me a little bit to just have all this stuff sitting here undefended. So I'm going to set up just a couple turrets. Probably won't matter. Well, almost certainly won't matter. But this makes me feel a little bit better to not lose like all of that progress on the rocket in an instant. So now we need to set up where we're going to put the rocket silo. So I'm going to set up a ghost fort right off the bat, and we'll just start building. So rocket silo, we will put it over here. Another thing we haven't set up yet is actually the science, which I'm now remembering that is like a part of the game that we're going to have to deal with. So I think I might change my mind to put the silo over here and make the science down here too. The important thing about the science is we need to use this, and then we need to figure out how to make the eggs. I completely forgot about science. Holy moly. That's like really unfortunate. I was like, yeah, we're almost done. Can like get off for a little bit and come back later. Nah, we're still here. But I think this is more important than the science because we don't really have a good reason to use the science yet. I think we're going to do this over here. This feels like the right plan. It does make us bring the rocket fuel pretty far. But I think something like that's going to be good. Science is quite important for sure. It's kind of the reason we're here, right? Got to get the Spidertron. I think we're actually making this at a relatively decent pace compared to how much we're using. Obviously, the rocket fuel is going to get consumed quicker. I might just copy this little block we made here and slap it. Like, that's the one thing I really like about this one long line of nutrients at the start is, like, this is, like, super modular for no good reason. I could absolutely copy this and paste it over here and just, like, make a few more of these, and it's really cool. So many rocket fuel. So true. All right, so I need to bring the rocket fuel downwards instead of just admiring it now. Which means I need underground belts, which means I face my inner demons once more of not making stuff. I could set up automation. Yeah, I'm gonna just set. No, I'm kind of lazy. No, we're almost through. How's the Radiant Starfarer doing? You want to bring me some underground belts? Oh, you have so much fuel right now? Heck it. You could totally get me some of those underground belts. I don't even want normal belts right now. Underground belts would go crazy. Wouldn't that be like the coolest thing ever? I actually kind of want regular belts too, but undergrounds are just such a pain because I gotta make the stupid red ones, then put them in. I'll make them at some point, maybe. Maybe not. Okay, so rocket fuel downwards. We should at least do the general design of it. I'm going to just keep the buffer chest here. Specifically, it'll be a whatever the heck it's called chest. Supplier chest. Passive provider chest. I'm gonna keep the buffer here. We'll rotate the belt so it'll look nice, and then we'll have it pull out of here. Now we need to kind of cut through here. I don't like cutting through this part specifically, but I'm gonna do it because science necessitates it. We're gonna be setting up some ghosts here. We'll cut through here, it looks like. I really dig the gleba music though. Except for when it screams at me. That does freak me out a little bit. The Starfarer is back on Volcanis. I forgot to turn on the request group. That will certainly help the dream. It looks like there's 215 available on the planet, so our plan for setting up a bigger buffer worked out just fine. That means the belts are probably fine to grab too, but I'm only going to make a request for like 400 this time. I always assume it's going to default to the planet it's above, but it doesn't. Cool. So I'm going to let those stockpile up, and then I'm going to bring them over here in a little bit, but let's continue designing this because there's no reason to not just plug it in later. So we're looking at our underground belts here. And we will... I'm trying to still keep like aesthetic while doing this, which is like a lost cause when I've come this far. But you know, it's a little more fun that way for me. Okay, so that is the rocket fuel like brought down for the most part. This part should just be easy breezy. But that's rocket fuel over here. We also need to bring the LDS, which we made over to there as well. Is this rocket fuel going to be on one side of the belt? I might just put the rocket fuel on LDS. No, it's fine. It is going to be on one side of the belt, but it's probably better for us to just keep them on their own little corners. The LDS is also going to be kind of a nightmare to bring over. It's really just bring everything down and then across, which is not that bad, but it's a little bit annoying. I should have been smarter when planning out where I was putting them. I'll accept that for sure. But don't put the blame on me. Okay. Cool. And there's the blue circuits right there. So the three things we need are now successfully leading there whenever we get everything set down. 100%. Okay, we got Mondo belts, so we'll just start looking at the fruits of our labor now. How is the Starfarer doing above there? Why aren't you filling up? Oh, you probably just have a thing incoming right now. Because you're not complaining to me or anything. Yeah, waiting for rocket to arrive. Okay. Cool. Keep doing what you're doing. Proud of you. Maybe I should make a second rocket silo on there, especially if I'm like unironically going to be using that place to do like a good chunk of my belt. Because like having belts delivered to every planet from Volcanus sounds kind of fun actually. But I will almost certainly want to take the time to like have several rockets available to load. Because I only have the one on there. I think I have two on Novice, excuse me. I don't remember though. I think that I have two. I do, but it's only two. Oh, and there's also a bunch of crapload of speed beacons. I forgot that I did that. Kind of brilliant. This is before I learned that you could just have automatic requests from space platforms and was like hand feeding everything I wanted. The good old days. The factory grows for sure, but so does our knowledge. You say match my freak, I say match my thirst for knowledge. My strangely freaky thirst for knowledge. Oh, we're so close to Gambo. I'm excited. 30 more. Nothing's being produced right now because we're behind on copper. Did copper turn off? Copper must have turned off. Yeah, I could see. That's such a weird issue. I wish I could make it more efficient. Maybe my circuit conditions aren't quite good enough because it'll turn back on its own. Like the miners, quote unquote, will start again. How do we make it so that they do it quick enough so that everything doesn't break? I mean, it's better than it was before, I guess, but it could be slightly better. Maybe I'm being too dramatic. I mean, the whole thing's full of green circuits now. But the copper wires aren't actually getting down enough, so I'm not being dramatic. Oh, I do have some extra advanced circuits I slurped up earlier, though. Maybe they spoiled in the copper before they get to the smelter tech. That's a good idea. I guess I could do that by a few boxes, maybe, with a condition to only pull out the spoiled one. And then if I do that and it looks at the line, then yeah, that would be a big enough buffer where that'd probably fix it. That's a really good idea. Maybe I'll do that. I wonder if I should build it into the line or slightly off. At least I think that that works. That seems like it works in my head. I mean, I really only need one, right? Is that how much will be in there? I don't know. This might be scrunky. I might have to redesign this, but let's check it for now. So let's have this so it only takes out the ore, or yeah, ore is fine. So only take out the ore. It can be whatever right now. The downside of this though is that I'm gonna want multiple inserters so it doesn't just get stuck. Yeah, that looks like it'll be enough. Oh, it only takes a minute? I thought it took 5 minutes. That's totally doable then. This is perfect. I feel like this one inserter is not going to be it, though. I think 2 will suffice. Cool, and then instead of reading this, we'll have it read down here to activate. But we're probably going to want 2 offputs too, then. Heck, I'm running out of bulk inserters. The consequences of my actions have caught up to me for the first time. Speaking of bulk inserters, yo, Volcanus, you got any of those hanging around? Got any Vulcanator 5000s? There's 100 available on the planet. I need to start just like having excess of those sitting around though. I don't see them. I do see them. How can I make this look kind of nice? That's fine. It's a little bit goofy, but I think it looks okay in the end. So let's plug this bad boy in. And then we need to change our wiring from reading this belt to reading this one, which is super easy. You'll just chain down here instead. I guess I can disconnect that wire. It shouldn't really matter. And that should just be the condition met already, I hope. It's certainly not reading it anymore, so I broke something. Where doth the green wire break? Oh, I didn't actually tell it to read. That's probably what it is. Yeah, I need to, I think you need to check all belts, read all, yeah. Okay. I forgot to reset that back up, but you're absolutely correct. That's a really nice solution, though. I like that. It does exactly what I want it to. I can't not forget to do it, so I'm super grateful for the reminder. Honestly, you can have some repair packs in case something goes wacky. Alright, so I will need to change the copper to iron over here, and then I'll need to change where it's reading the belt again, but that should be just fine. It looks like it's connected over there. Is that... Why is the wire... Okay, no. It's just my eyes. Okay, so in my defense, there's like a shadow right above my mouse here. There's like a shadow. I thought that was the wire going into this one over here, but it's not. That's crazy. I didn't know Factorio had shadows. Of course Factorio has shadows. I don't know why I'm saying like it's like a crazy revelation. So now, let me just go quickly check to verify that my machine is working okay again. Yes, so this will turn on whenever there's less than 100 on the belt at any time. It will be a little excess at the start, but then later on it'll check, and there should be a buffer of them, so it'll turn back on, hopefully. It will be a waste for a little bit, but it should work much better. Cool, what a cool solution. I appreciate it again. It might take a little bit for the belts to start saturating for it to properly work, though, so I'm going to check on it in a little bit. How are we doing on the Starfarer? Oops, sorry, I just accidentally smacked you. Okay, I really don't need more express splitters. I just made a big belt snake. Honestly, a big belt snake would work super well. I'm just so low on belts that I'm trying to cut as many corners as I can. Because I really don't want to make belts. Oh no. I should have just set it up already. It would have been fine. We have so much iron. But I don't want to do it, and they can't make me make belts. I already made belts on another planet. Alright, I think it's time for Big Yambo. I think we probably have enough now. We do. Alright, good luck. I don't ask for much, but I do ask for an uncommon rocket silo. I come to you today looking not only for your support, but for an uncommon rocket silo. I don't even want a rare one. A rare one's whatever. Uncommon is like fine. I think that asking for an uncommon one in my position as who I am, it's like, it's not even outreaching too far. I think that that's like a perfectly reasonable thing to hope for. I think a rare one would be asking for a bit much, so if it'd be uncommon, all right. I didn't actually think it was going to be uncommon in the end. I was hopeful, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Super reasonable ask. See, totally super reasonable ask. You totally get it. All right, so I'm going to have just a blue inserter is fine here. I'm out of belts. I don't even really think I need inserters, do I? Kinda, but not really. I do want more bulk inserters though, so if you could fill those bad boys up and give me those 200 express undergrounds. Honestly, I probably want more than... I probably want 1,000 of those belts, if I'm being candid with you, my lovely robots on Vulcanus. I'm willing to bet I don't have any of these sitting around. Yeah, I figured we don't have any beacons. I was gonna say, I don't think I set up a beacon maker on here. Heck. How are we doing on the fuel and everything? Are you guys doing fine over here? You're not backing up on any. Where the heck was the steam? Okay, well we're okay. As long as like this machine is doing exactly this, we're cooking. And if it's not doing that, we're cooked. No real in between about it, but you know, that's just life. We're not behind on power, so we're living good. I really need to go back here though and get the rest of that sulfuric acid. Now we just need to think for a few minutes about how life would be if we had belts. All right, after we get 500, all I want is 500. That's enough. 500 is plenty for me, okay? 500 belts, you're so nice. I'll have to remake this later, but that's fine. Okay, it'll shoot up 50 more bulks, then I'm going to bring it over. We'll have the belts and everything. We do have the rocket silo, which we can now place down. We can start doing the basic design for how we want the rocket silo to look. I think we're going to just stick with one for now, but then we're going to have to look at science, which is its own beastie, so that'll be fun. But we have our rocket silo, which is a nice boon to get either way. Hopefully it's safe over here. I'm going to set up those 3 turrets with not enough ammo to actually do anything to give myself peace of mind again. And you know what? I'm going to put 10 yellow bullets in this one because that saves me an inventory spot. But now the rocket is properly defended. I am going to put in productivity modules, obviously, to save on rocket costs the best that I can. Are there any researches I can queue up right now? I'm willing to bet we have a crazy amount of metallurgic science just sitting on Novice. I'll do shell range. It goes up to 16k. Alright, the Starfarer is now on its way to Gleba, thank goodness. An influx of supplies we desperately need. Honestly, Vulcanus has been kind of the MVP today for supplies. Although Gleba's doing great. Honestly, anytime that this line is running, I feel like we've succeeded. I really like this design that we decided on with like one long belt of nutrients. One long yummy belt. So how are we doing on fuel? It looks like we are in fact using up our rocket fuel a little bit, which is nice. Have any of y'all shape enjoyers seen Modulus yet? I haven't heard of Modulus. What is Modulus? I do enjoy shapes. I started playing Shapes 2 again recently because the 1.0 dropped. I need to play it more. What I was thinking about doing though is kind of what I wanted to do with Satisfactory 2 is just to like load it on the Steam Deck because I feel like that's something I could play while laying in bed at like 1:30 in the morning after I can't sleep. Shapes Factorio, we cut cubes into cooler cubes. You had me at Shapes Factorio, but now that there's cooler cubes, I'm bonus had. That sounds awesome. Slightly more involved Shapes 2. I mean, Shapes 2 is so chill and like very fun. So I'm super interested in Modulus. Let me take a note down of it on my my notes. Modulus. Is that how you spell it? Is it just M-O-D-U-L-U-S? Weird. That doesn't look like a real word when I type it out. I mean, maybe it's not a real word, just a name, but you know, like, you get the idea. Either way, I always appreciate the recommendation. Genuinely not enough factory games in my life. And I say that at the same time, I could probably play Factorio for like hundreds of thousands of hours and not get bored. Like the math thing. Oh, okay. The math thing. There's some other game that I was tempted to try at one point. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a magical spin on Factorio, and like for some reason everything was on a hex grid instead of like a square grid. Basically because you're chopping and splicing cubes into progressively more fucked up shapes. It sounds fun though. Sounds difficult, but it sounds fun. AI Sloptorio. Is it AI? Womp womp. I'm a simple Miko. I just look at stuff, go, oh, that's neat. Did I drop off the stuff on the Starfarer yet? No, I've been like lost in the sauce. Thank you, Radiant Starfarer. Radiant Starfarer? Yeah, because you're radiant and you go through the stars. Oh. I think Hextorio needs another year in the oven. That's a shame. Oh, there's another one too. My roommate was actually trying to turn me on to. I saw a trailer of it, nothing else. But it was like Factorio, but like you go down on an elevator and layers of the planet. I don't remember anything about it past that, but that one looked interesting. There's worse places to be than Lost in the Sauce. You're so right, though. Now I'm suddenly hungry for Italian. Okay, let's grab our belts. Let us proceed once more into the spaghetti. Oh, I forgot that that works as a as something the robots can pull from. So they already set this up. Cool. What is missing? Because I feel like we should actually be seeing. Oh no, there is low density structure on there. Cool, cool, cool. Everything is just showing up now. Cool. So we can actually load the rocket, but now we got to figure out science. Also, our blue circuits are a real issue, and I'm hoping that they fix themselves and I don't have to go do it. That one's substructure, I think. Still in development by the person who made Ultra Cube Factorio. Ultra Cube is so cool. I thought about playing it at one point. After watching Dosh play it, I was like, this looks so fun, but I was like, I gotta wait. I gotta finish at least a Factorio playthrough. I've never finished one, and I need to finish one. Then I'll allow myself to do it. Okay, so technically we have a rocket now. Kind of living heavy on that technicality, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. I love that every time that I went to go like grab supplies, I always grabbed more express splitters, so we have like 1,000 of them. I guess not 1,000 of them, we have hundreds of them though compared to everything else. I really didn't need splitters, but for some reason Volcanus was always willing to bountifully give splitters out, and I wasn't going to say no to a bountiful harvest of splitters. So you're not going off because you're not going off because copper cables aren't going off because the copper cable shut down again. Why did the copper shut down again? Maybe I set up my conditions poorly. What is the copper getting eaten by? Copper is just needed by everything right now. We just need more copper cables. But we also just need more copper in general. Maybe I'll need to ramp this up, but for the time being, I want to just let it sit. I'm also going to turn off storing these, because that's like certainly excess right now. Just so we can get blue circuits to start like getting off the planet and stuff when we want to. Use splitters instead of belts. You know, thinking about it, this is actually super efficient, right? Because like, what, you set up your thing, you're like, I want my cliff explosives to go through. And then boom, you got cliff explosives and like a cool little light show in the middle. You know, I kind of like this actually. Can I beat Factorio using only splitters? Oh, also, like, you don't need to worry about like curving your belt or anything, because you can just like do this to reach the same thing in the end. Hold on. Splitters might just be the future. I like that. All right, so we need to figure out science. I've been kind of putting that off. That means we're gonna have to go kill some things too. But science. So how are we gonna do science? So science needs nutrients and it needs eggs, but we also need a way to make sure that the eggs will cook on their own or be destroyed in such a way. I can make an extra heating tower to get rid of excess eggs, but we can also try to just put it on the spoilage line. But I'm thinking an extra heating tower is going to be the solution whenever we like really want something like that. So I'm going to just craft one now because I think that that's going to be the play. It's just a heating tower to dump excess eggs into. I don't know what science looks like on gleba other than the fact that it's really simple. So we just need pentapod egg and bioflux. We have bioflux coming down here, so that should be simple enough. Pentapod egg is made by nutrients, which we're going to need for powering it anyways. Pentapod egg and water. So it's actually really simple, but I think the issue again is coming from making sure that the nutrients we use is not going to spoil too quickly. And that the pentapod eggs are not going to become a problem. Definitely something that's a bit of a head scratcher for me right now. Hopefully we can solve it. I'm already thinking about making ammo for how everything's about to go wrong. Obviously, this is one of those machines we really don't want to start until it's ready to go. We have our nutrient line here, so if I can make it in the nutrient line, especially like... So another thing too is the closer we make it to the rocket, the better, right? Unless we decide we want to ship all of the science here, which I don't want to do right now. But the closer we make it to the rocket, the better. So I'm going to make this real upstream. But where do I want to make it exactly? Also, am I going to need a lot of it? Yeah, we're going to want more than just one science maker. Oh, this is going to be confusing. Okay. So eggs multiply. How many eggs do we make per egg? We make 0.33 eggs per second. How many eggs do we need in a science pack per second? 0.5. So it's... We're making 5 eggs. We can do 3 of these making science, right? Because that's like 1.5-ish per second. And this will be using 1.5-ish. But it's also a little bit off, so there's going to be extra eggs, so we're going to have to deal with that. I don't know exactly how we're going to deal with that yet. Can we read the spoilage content of something on a belt is I guess question number 1. I can't imagine we can. How would we be able to? So if I put down this here and I attach a wire between this and this. Read belt contents. We can just do a pulse, I guess. That should be fine. I don't know how we would read it because all we have is like a number here. So I'm going to assume that that's just not possible. I could use a number of them on the belt, so if it ever exceeds like 4 or something, but that'll take some trial and error to figure out how many is an efficient amount. This is more complex than I expected. I mean, I kind of expected it to be complex, otherwise I probably would have done it sooner. For being candid here, I was expecting to get kind of skunked on. So let's think about our ratios first. We want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 2, 3. Glad that we made these early on. Now, the science packs can spoil. Obviously, they can spoil, which is a problem. However, them spoiling is like, ruh-roh, we got some spoilage, versus the pentapod egg spoiling, which is things spawning, which is going to be a real problem. So let us change this over so that these are going to be science packs, just for my mental. I don't need any pentapod eggs right now. I just need to figure out what we're doing with the excess and how the setup is going to look. We could do 10 and 6, but I honestly don't know if that's going to be necessary. Like, this makes 0.75 science packs per second. Like, you actually make, like, Mondo science packs, and that's not with any speed or anything. You just kind of produce a lot. Like, 3 science packs per second, 180 per minute. They are going to spoil, of course, so there is some value in making more. So maybe I'll do 10 and 6 and call that a day. That sounds okay. Let's move these to the side for now. Alright, so let's say that we're 1 biochamber too short for this too. Actually, we're gonna need more anyways. We're gonna have a bunch of eggs now, so it shouldn't matter. So, assuming we have all the biochambers, these will spit out eggs. We can also technically have them pick up eggs too. It might be better to do something with like a sushi type situation as well. I think figuring out what this design is definitely gonna take the most time. And then what are we doing with the eggs when they're on the belt for too long? I don't think the solution is just set up turrets, they hatch, they die, we fill the turrets. That doesn't feel like what I want to do. Maybe that is a solution, but I don't think it's what I want to do. I just don't know if there's some way to read how long something's been on a belt. I don't think there is. There very well could be that I just don't know how to do, though. So, I can have you read the belt for sure. That much is easy. I could use a splitter too to like conk the belt, because you're only going to read this section here, right? And Lord knows we have a bunch of splitters. That's not a problem. So I can check this and go only enable if... I typed in biter, thinking there were biter eggs, which are a thing apparently. Okay, so you're only looking to get if those are greater than 4. I don't think there's an easy way. Yeah, there's clock circuits and stuff. That's above my pay grade. Above my pay grade too. Let's say above 4. But then this is just trashing them. This isn't actually like using them. Oh, this is so weird. Because I was thinking this was going to be our trash chute. Okay, no, I have an idea now. I have an idea with this design, actually. So if we have it trashed like that, we're only going to have them pull from this line here. This is the, like, using the supply line. We set this up. They only get pulled through here. We check if there's more than 4 on the belt. If there's 4 on the belt, just for simplicity's sake, I might move stuff, but boom, straight into the incinerator. It's dead. Once it's actually produced, though, we can have it come out of this side instead. Let's just copy this and flip it for now. That looks good enough. Not exactly what I wanted, but it's fine. No, that is exactly what I wanted. I didn't know what I wanted. That happens sometimes. I've been called high maintenance. It's not the first time. Okay, so now with this setup like this, we can have our 6 biochambers doing agricultural science. This does have a flaw because we need to have the nutrients fed in as well. And we also need a spoilage output, which I'm now forgetting. So this is already like a little too tight for what we're working with. So we need nutrients in and we need spoilage out. I need to make everything a little bit further, I think. I really like this one belt here, though. Let me think. I could have the spoilage and the eggs come out the same spot, but that doesn't sound right. If I space out the design a bit, I might be able to rectify what I wanted to do. So if I do something like this, then I can have this explicitly be spoilage. I always pick the wrong spot for that. Because spoilage will make everything hatch, basically. So that is like number 1 super important, cannot deal with. I mean, I need to deal with it, I guess. If it's not dealt with, we're cooked. End of story. Non-negotiable. So if the spoilage outputs here... then we have a way to get rid of it. So what else do we need to do? We still need nutrients input. We have eggs going out on this belt. We can very easily have nutrients come in on a belt like this. You're still on? I am still on. How's it going, Q? It's good to see you again. The nutrients is going to be flowing left to right, actually, just because of where we're setting this up and the nutrients coming from this direction. So I should set it up with that direction in mind. Okay, so nutrients flows down here. Do I have any monitors? I kind of want to use some. Is that what they're called? Monitor. Screen? Display panel, okay. Just for my own mental, because I feel like I'm going to lose track of things. So this is going to be nutrients. This is going to be egg. Then that's going to be spoilage. Do we need anything else? We need the water, but the water's sorted out. So the spoilage comes out. Nutrients and eggs go through here. I wonder if this is like simple enough to work, you know? Pentapod is greater than 4. This kicks on. This is so scary because if I mess this up, it's going to be such a huge pain. I like this in theory, though. We will need to take into account that the nutrients will need to go into a spoilage line as well. So I think we want all of the spoilage to go this way. And then we do output priority and then filter for spoilage. And that should just be sufficient. There will always be like spoilage like right here though, so I guess I can move it back a little bit. And then I'm sure I have a spoilage offput. Most of my spoilage offput goes in the top area, but I mean, realistically, I could make this like a closed system too. I could just have it all go into this heating tower. It feels kind of wasteful, but I might just do that for the sake of simplicity, to be honest. But also kind of give us a modular design where we could just stamp down another one of these later on if we want to double our science without having to worry about routing it into the primary thing. I'm just trying to make a design where it's going to just kind of be good once we set it. I feel like there's something I'm missing, which is such a bad feeling because I don't know what that something is. We will flip this horizontal and vertically. Whoops. Apparently we did not need the horizontal. Oh, this isn't going to work, right? This isn't going to work because this will just impact on this. So I'm glad that we noticed that so we could fix that really quick. I mean, this looks good to me. I'm sure there's something wrong. Okay, we haven't actually filtered the eggs back in yet. No, this should be like totally sushiable too. So we established that it was, how many did we want? These produce 0.33. We were going to do 10. Okay. So let's do the full 10 design here. I'm going to just copy these and then move them over. The more things that we can like copy that just kind of reliably work on their own is like the ideal. So this is the nutrients line, this is the nutrients line. Okay, nutrients line is going to go all the way out. The heck is this line? Okay, these are the eggs. Okay. So now our eggs are here. What do we want to do with the eggs? Well, we need to use them for several different things. I also didn't finish this design. We need 2 more of them, which is fine. Wait, how did this get so scrunked? Okay, that's better. Now I should just be able to copy paste it. Something tells me I can't just copy paste it. No, that looks fine. Fine-ish. Alright, maybe I can't just copy paste it. Maybe I was too overzealous. I hate when this happens. My brain just starts breaking looking at these, like what went wrong. No, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine. It looks fine. I think it'd be nice to have a yummy powered inserter. I was playing a mod pack. First of all, I wholeheartedly agree, but this just reminded me of it. Yummy inserters would go crazy. I was playing a mod pack with my roommate at one point. I think it was Stellar Horizons. And they had steam powered inserters, and I was like, I didn't know how badly I wanted steam powered inserters until right now, but oh my god, I want them. So cool conceptually. You just fit them right into your pipes. Okay, I need to like redo the spoilage. Oh no, I see. I could just do this. Yeah, they're wicked cool. I got a funny feeling this design is not going to work. But I'm going to commit to it because, you know, live and learn. Worst case scenario, we got some buggies on our hands. Best case scenario, we've got some eggs on our hands. Regardless, we've got things in our hands, you know? You know what they say, a bird in the bush is worth 2 in the hand or something. I don't really know what that means, actually. I think I'd rather watch a bird that is currently in a bush than have a bird in my hand. Okay, so this looks good. I mean, this looks like someone who knows what they're doing did this. I could believe that. Q, is Starbucks still wicked expensive? I only asked that because I haven't been there in forever, but I remember my old coworkers getting cake pops for like $6 a pop, and that really stuck with me. 3 in the bush is a problem, so only 2 in the bush is okay. 3 in a bush is not okay. That's good to know. Why is there excess inserters here? I guess just because I copied it poorly. Okay, this looks good. So, outputs egg. Egg travels down here. Eggs have 10-minute spoil time. That is long time. Egg lasts long time. Egg good. Yum yum egg. Egg needs to now turn into science and also return here. 3 of the birds in the bush is probably plotting. I don't like that. Respectable. Honestly, I'm kind of one of those people where I will actively tell people that birds are like government propaganda and not real. And sometimes I'm not sure if I mean it as a joke or not. Like, certainly it's a joke, but it's really funny to commit to it. All right, so let's make science now. I'm going to blueprint this for now. It's actually not done yet. I'm not going to blueprint this. I lied to you. I'm sorry. Someone had to cold water you at some point, and I'm sorry that it had to be me, but you got to learn that while there are some good people in the world who will look out for you and you know, stick up for you. Honestly, I'm probably one of them, but good is a strong word. I will stick up for you, but I don't think that I'll qualify as like good, you know, when shove comes to push. All right, so let's blueprint this really quick and just save this as is. I'm not going to name it. We're just going to stick it down there just in case we want to dismantle it and use this area. So now we need to make the science, which should be the easy part of this. It's really just making sure that the eggs don't go crazy town is where the issue spawns. So I'm actually going to switch this over to a single bulk inserter, which will solve all my problems. Okay, so we now will set up science. I believe we wanted to do 6 science buildings, is it? Yeah, 6 science buildings. So we will need more of these. This being said, once we start producing extra eggs, I'll make the rest of the buildings to make science. It looks like our blue circuits are finally looking good, so we have a few rockets, so we can actually hop back onto a ship and get out of here. The Starfarer is just hanging up here too. I should have sent it away. Thankfully, it's got some more fuel. I also want to work on a new ship design soon, but I think maybe we'll do that once we're ready to go to Fulgora. Honestly, we've made great progress today, so I'm going to go ahead and say bye-bye to the Starfarer, send it back to Vulcanus, so it can just stock up on the requisite materials to go bring some more metallurgic to Novice. Our science has been consistent, but it's still another 40 minutes before artillery shell range. I would really like to watch it when that finishes, because it just, everything on Novice just lights up every time that happens, and it's really cool to watch. So, what are we doing? We are doing the science portion now. So what we need is nutrients, bioflux, and pentapod eggs. The pentapod eggs are currently outputting... I need to use a filter for this. That's a real issue with this design. These need to be pentapod eggs. Gosh, I hope this doesn't result in something horrible. Perfect. So the pentapod eggs come out on this line here. These are the pentapod eggs that are coming for our yummy consumption in biolabs to produce agricultural science packs. Yeah, I definitely need to upgrade the ship, because we're just going to lose a bunch of science the more time we waste on the ships. But that's not for this second. Worst case scenario, we have some spoilage on Novice. That means we also need to figure out on Novice how to remove spoilage from our science. No. I really like how this looks too. Heck. There's no way, because if one of the packs spoils while inside of here, there's no way for us to take it out. Unless you could pass spoilage between them, but I doubt it. I think we're gonna have to remake this. Oh, I really like this one too. I'm not using any mods on this one, but I kind of wish I had the Caramel Dunson Science mod. That's the one mod that's like easy pickup. All right, so let's make the science. I'm getting distracted again. So we want 6 of these. We need an input for bioflux in pentapod eggs, and an output for agricultural science. Also an input for nutrients. So 3 inputs, 2 outputs is what we need to set this up and make it look good. It's not all that different from this, actually, surprisingly. Except I guess water is a little bit, you know, barely an input. Either way. So doing this design actually kind of counters what I want to accomplish. I want this main line here to actually be where the eggs come from. Because the idea is we have the eggs swoop around here. And then come down. Boom. And then the eggs go through the system again. It's like a big old sushi belt of eggs. You're scrambled. You're getting your over easy. Whatever you want, you've got it. Boom. So that means if we do this, we need to figure out how we're getting really the bioflux and nutrients in. We already have a line of nutrients because we're wicked smart. So this is the nutrients line right here, so we can grab from it already, which is nice. Truly burdened by my own intellect in moments like this. I think we're going to be moving this entire thing. So now that we have... That's going the wrong way. Now that we have that, good. We can try to look for bioflux. How are we going to put the bioflux into these? I think the easiest way is going to have the bioflux kind of like layer between these, so not have them too close together. So I think this is the easiest way to place it in my mind. Where's our spoilage line? It's right here. Okay. So my thought process is we can do spoilage offput and bioflux input over here because the bioflux comes all the way over here. So honestly, I might just rotate this whole thing 180 degrees and then it just outputs into the rocket. Gosh, that's so efficient. You know what? I think I'm going to do that really quickly. Before we get any further, I'm going to just cut this and we're going to rotate it. And it doesn't fit. So that's cool. See, now I'm at that awkward part where if I move the rocket, nah, it's fine. We'll just put it right here. I was gonna say if I move the rocket, it'll be like a nightmare. It's not gonna be that bad. I think this looks vaguely good. Let's do that. Okay, so it'll take a little bit of time for these to replace. Unfortunately, too, I don't think I have a RoboPort close enough for these to work, so anything that gets taken away by my bots is just going to be gone basically forever. Never to be seen again. Actually, wait, maybe I wanted this the opposite way. Is it too late to change my mind? No, this is probably fine. No, I'm gonna turn it. I'm going through a lot right now. I can't decide. Because, like, if the science packs are closer to this, it's not really going to save a meaningful amount of time, but it might save a little bit. But also the pentapod eggs being near anything load-bearing does put a lot of stress into me. Also, apparently that turret came to really rear its ugly head. What just exploded? Oh, it's probably a boom puff or whatever. Heck. Decisions. Okay, now everything fits in here. No, I want the inputs to be there. This is fine. This is ideal, but it just didn't pace properly because of the turrets. This is fine. Oh, no, it's just blowing up cliffs. That's what it is. It's not boom puffs. It is explosivo of the cliff variety. Honestly, I don't hate this because we can always just like have it store really closely. I think the best bet's probably to just, I mean, we could just load it in too. I don't know. It's so confusing with the science. It goes from being like, I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit to I'm lost very quickly. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. Just FYI, you can control shift click when pasting or remove buildings in the way. Oh, and the ghosts get angry eyebrows. Control shift click. Oh, this probably doesn't work because it's... Oh, heck yeah. That's actually super convenient. And it'll do undergrounds on the belts. Oh, my savior. Kind of crazy. I don't think I'm like really like a crazy... I don't think I have a crazy amount of hours in Factorio. I think I have an okay amount, but compared to a lot of people, I think I don't have a crazy amount. But there's still so much that I learn like every time I play, and it's so cool. Okay, so... this is the nutrients belt. We will cut off the nutrients here, bring them down, and then have them go down here and here. I can also make this a lot tighter, so I'm going to do that, I think, just for the sake of space. Oh, that actually matches the other side now, too. I don't know why that one was so big. So, I'm not going to grab it yet, but we're going to have the nutrients break off here, come down. Do we really need this big electric pole? Alright, it's fine. Come down here. And then we'll have it... Oh, no. Hey, Starfare, what's up? I'm gonna go ahead and need you to, Heck, I deleted that. To realize that you actually wanted to grab a boatload of belts that I just ran out of, because apparently I use thousands of belts, like, per minute on gleba. And you don't actually care about that anymore. And then after you have that all sorted out, you can come over. Sound good? There are plenty of them on the planet. It just takes so long to get them up. Are we good on the other belt types? Yeah, we're fine on the other ones. We can still design this anyways. It's not nearly ready to go yet. Or I could just start doing with the express splitters because we are kind of absolutely set on express splitters for basically forever. Anyone will be lining up soon again, so I'll be leaving again. Well, I appreciate you stopping in either way. I hope the concert and stuff for you is fun. Control, shift, click. I'm gonna have to remember that. Hope the rest of the stream is good. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. At some point, I'm gonna go eat something. I just don't know when. Not really hungry, so... We're gonna have to go hunt some pentapod eggs soon. Alright, but let's think. So... Nutrients comes down here. Everything's like num 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 yummy 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 yummy. Excess nutrients turns into spoilage, which goes here. Spoilage outputs onto this outer belt here on both sides. Boom. Spoilage is sorted on these. Spoilage is not sorted on these. And I don't really have a good solution for spoilage on these yet. So let's set that up now. We'll do an output of spoilage. Okay, so... Is this right? That looks good. We'll just kind of copy the design we had before. The spoilage goes out here. I know I don't have belts. That's not really important right now. Don't worry about the fact that I'm currently at a huge belt deficit in my life because, you know, it ain't about that today. The belt deficit, who cares? I don't know what that red inserter's doing. You could tell I've been playing. Oh, look at how angry that ghost is. Holy. If I knew what I was capable of, which is just making angry ghosts, then I would have been doing this ages ago. Okay, nutrients go in. Spoilage goes out. We will need to do filters for a lot of things. I don't think we filtered basically anything yet. Maybe we've done some of them and I just don't remember. So we will do filter, spoilage. I just realized I've been sitting kind of like a croissant. So here's your obligatory don't sit like a croissant for too long check, because my spine is now in pain. Okay, it's a little bit dramatic. My neck hurts a little bit. All right, look, I'm getting old. I'm allowed to like complain about feeling like a broken person every now and then because of my bad seating posture when I'm focused on Factorio. Okay, so those are done until we get our belts. Cool. So spoilage is out, nutrients is in, bioflux needs to go in. Oh right, I had a different plan for spoilage than what I just did. That is so awkward because I forgot and I even like talked about it before. My spoilage plan is gonna be wicked cool actually. This was like a not a wicked cool one, but I have a wicked cool one, trust. So what we're actually gonna do for spoilage is like this. Bam. Look how cool that is. Like, it's like it fits in the middle. That was my initial idea. Getting a little bit of use of all the undergrounds we have. And combining it back into our system that already exists, so it's like bonus efficient. We'll make sure those are filtered for spoilage. Cool, 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 cool. Hey, Radiant Starfarer, how you doing? Doing good. Look at you with your 500 belts. It's not 1,000, but you're doing your best, and I'm proud of you. And honestly, the moment those arrive, I'm going to just ship it. 600 is plenty. It's doing great. Really waiting for rocket to arrive means it's already in the air. I'm just being impatient. I'll check on it in a moment. Alright, so we still need to deal with the bioflux, which I am not quite sure how we want to do in this setup. I think the middle is going to be what we use for it, for sure. Probably something very similar to what we were doing before, where we're going to just layer the belts. Something like this will allow the machines to pull from it, and then we can have some use out of our splitter, and then we can have that output priority, and we'll have an output priority on the left side. Actually, I think I want right instead. Then we can have that be spoilage. God, this design is so... Honestly, it's interesting if nothing else, but it feels really tight. I think it's just how it feels when you end up having so many inputs needed for something. It's really the outputs, it's the spoilage that I feel I struggle to have be more concise, but I still kind of like it. This should be sufficient on this side as well, so we're going to copy that over. How could this happen to me? Turns out that I actually needed that internal area, but we fixed that up now. Oh, I see. I was like, how is this different? I made it on the internal side. God, I'm getting tired. Okay, so that's better. I want it to be symmetrical. It'll look so much nicer at the end. Imagine I set all this up and it just doesn't work. That would be pretty funny. I think it'll work. I feel like we're doing our due diligence to like plan for things. But this is, again, I think this is like maybe the ultimate test of gleba, so to speak. Because if you mess this up, there's a lot of violence to be had at your base. Which is less than ideal. Where's all the bioflux? Where doth the bioflux go? I think the ore processing is just eating so much of it now. Oh, apparently one of those doesn't work. Oh no. I was like, I'm gonna set up where the bioflux comes through. Which one of these empty belts is bioflux? That's spooky. I wonder what happened. Even the nutrient belt is like lacking. What changed? Yeah, I have to guess it was just the demand for how much ore and everything. Just gonna limit that box now. Heck. I mean, I could scale up the bioflux. Is it struggling on resources is the question. Yeah, it seems like the Yumako mash is a little bit behind. At least on this one. Oh no, it's just grabbing it too slowly? Oh, there's iron ore here. I thought I saved it all. If it's grabbing it too slowly, that's like really easy to fix. Ooh, I see. This side is fighting for jelly. Does make sense. Why are we using so much lubricant? Maybe we're just not producing a lot of lubricant rather than not using a lot. The actions of my consequences have once more met me. I think we want to just turn off... No, because we can't really turn off the ore. We need to scale up how much... I keep wanting to call it mutagel. I don't know what the heck mutagel is. Bioflux. I think we need to scale up this somehow. It seems like part of the issue is that the jelly is too in demand. So I'm going to turn this off for now. Going to have this read all belts. We're going to have it enable disable, and we'll check that if the jelly is high enough to justify. So we'll say over 50. I don't know if it can even be above 50. But that's the only time it'll take for now. I have it backwards. Clearly these need priority on everything. The rocket fuel's doing the same thing. Currently we're buffering rocket fuel. It just filled up a really big belt. I think this is just a consequence of the really big belt of rocket fuel eating a bunch of excess stuff. Why are you activating? Well, I guess because it's above 50. I did pick kind of an arbitrary number. How about 75? Can you even fit 75 on the belt? The answer is a firm yes. We need some nutrients to get through here for everything to start running again. Oh man, I really thought I had like a working gleba moment, but now everything's kind of spaghettiing. Oh, these are all out of nutrients too. Oh god, gleba, my beloved, what are you doing? You were the chosen one. I'm really glad we caught this before everything shut down. Like, genuinely super grateful, because I think that means there's like a genuine chance for everything to like not just be off. I think nature's going to heal now with just those two changes we made. Although I'm thinking those are out of nutrients. No, they're out of the bioflux. Heck. I was just peacefully factorying. Then the Yummy Nation attacked. I could lower the demand for so much yummy. It's definitely the ore that's eating a crazy amount of it. I didn't realize how bad it was going to be, though. I'm turning off the ore for now. I need a little bit of time to think about this. If I do this, it'll back up and then not produce anymore. Just for a little bit to think. Clearly we need to just produce more, because we're using a bunch of ore. And that's why we're doing so much, just because we're using so much rocket fuel and everything. But everything turning off is non-negotiable. This cannot be how this goes. There's a pretty simple solution, I think. Output priority left, output priority right. Boom. What does this do? Nothing, it seems? Oh, I can have it circumvent, though. I like this. This feels like a fairly eloquent solution for the problem. I'm certainly going to have to jumpstart the machines, which is really not great, but... Make it so that the priority is no longer the mine. That simple. The mines will activate when there's plenty of stuff, but they won't otherwise. That looks right, but we are going to have to go all the way down. Yeah, unfork knife. Can save some of these to get the first part started again. Okay, there's still an okay chunk of nutrients in these machines. As long as we get some of these downwind and I can like verify that they're making it to the very end, we should be okay to like salvage. Okay, stay in this lane. See, splitters just solve all my problems, to be honest with you. Output priority, my beloved. All right, it looks like we are going to be okay. Cool. Goodness, that was a lot simpler to fix than I was expecting. Now, the downside of this is that there is the possibility that ore will just turn off, but honestly, I don't care that much. This is like fine. I can fix the ore later, but if the whole factory shuts down, this will be mostly fixed if I take the time to go and set up more. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, good. Those were all filtered. I was just trying to put my iron ore in. I just put my whole inventory in. But those are all filtered, so thankfully it all got taken care of instantly. But yes, this should be fixed if I get more production for the bioflux, which I did not forget the name of. Which also might necessitate more production. Honestly, I'm shocked that 2 biochambers of each of these has gotten us going for this long. It does make sense that we'd start to see some stress on our base eventually, so I'm not too surprised about it. Honestly, it's just a testament to how heckin' strong biochambers are. I'm just like keeping an eye on things for 1 second. Being that the nutrient line is all white, it leads me to believe we're just fine. Is there something else eating a bunch? Ah, the copper one is eating a boatload. Presumably because the copper turned off. It did, but that's okay. See, this is already an issue of itself because now it's going to make this, but it might not get any of the bioflux. I mean, it'll probably get, it'll definitely get bioflux. Like, this is backing up now. It'll be fine. But in the meantime, it's just wasting an excess, so I'm going to turn it off for a little bit. But I will turn it back on just once this is saturated, because in the meantime, it's just going to rip a bunch of stuff that is saturating the belt so that literally none of the bioflux is going to these, because it's just going to keep making bioflux production slower. But once the nutrient's all full and everything's like running at full capacity again, I think we'll be okay. Because these just have no chance to like actually back up. So I'm going to check on that a little bit. Either way, back to what I was doing before the whole world ended. I want to... the Starfarer, are you full on stuff yet? Heck yeah, you are. Good job, buddy. Come over to... You're already at Gleba too? Oh my god. Radiant Starfarer, my hero. That ship has gotten such mileage. I gotta like retire it and dock it one day above Novice so it can just have a nice like comfy vacation. Forgot to drop the stuff off. There we go.
Stomp_M, thanks for following.
Appreciate the follow, my friend. Stomp 'em. I don't know why my bot isn't putting it in chat anymore. It makes it so much easier for me because the AI voice kind of throws me a loop. Thanks for the primer, Fwip. So nice of you. Super, super kind. Very, very much appreciated. I was wondering what this was over here. This is the iron ore. Okay, so now this is looking healthier. Those are starting to back up, which means the ore is going to start. So I'm going to turn the ore back on. Loving the stream. Oh, I super appreciate that. It genuinely makes my day to hear. Let's slam the ore restarter back on. I wonder... Oh, no, we're definitely going to have to ramp this up. End of the day, there's no question that we're going to have to fix this. You know what I'm going to do actually too? There's so much wiring I could do to fix this as well. Because wait, this is looking... This is so easy. I just need to connect these wires here. And then we will enable, disable, And we will base it on... This is so simple. I would have saved so much time doing this before. That's really Factorio for you. I just look and I go, is there greater than 1? If there's greater than 1, turn off. Then we'll stop making them. That simple. We'll do the exact same thing over here because we only need the 1 to start the engine, I think. Actually, does the process need more than 1? It might need more than 1. Nope, it just needs the 1. So that simple. That'll save us so much trouble going down the line. So enable, disable. We will go for the iron bacteria, and we will check for greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, it turns off. That way, this will make a few more in here for sure. I mean, it'll make a good chunk of them. I mean, maybe I can make it more eloquent. Maybe I skip the other one. Okay, so like the downside of this, hear me out, is that there will be like an excess iron ore that pops out. Oh no, I could just add that to the filter. That's fine. That's so simple. Boom. That solves the problem. I was like, maybe I can circumvent checking the belt, but I wanted to check the belt still. I really don't want this one to look for iron ore. Great. So now, once it fills up on these, it'll just stop. And then at least we have some time while it spoils before it kicks in again. And hopefully in that time, it would have gone over here, and then the system would have started. I didn't consider that to be something that could happen, but that is good to know. So when it was making so much excess, it just kind of wasn't able to request anymore. That's funny. That does make sense. I was like, I wonder why they're not actually delivering it. Well, I figured it out, wouldn't you know? Turns out that if the system breaks, it really breaks on gleba. Okay, great. So now the ore is back in the system. Everything is healed. Gleba has healed. I do want to make sure that this doesn't consume too much bioflux. This being said, with the priority here, it should never do that. It might break again, but we'll deal with that when it happens, if it does break again. So. Now, this inputs bioflux. Bioflux is put into the machines. The machines already have output for spoilage. This is strange. I don't need this here. Right? Do I? No, I do. I do. This is fine. No, this is not strange. I forgot what I was doing before. We wanted to go here because then any of the gel that spoils, not gel, flux that spoils. What the heck is a flux anyways? I thought that was like an electricity thing. Either way, any of the bioflux that spoils will go down here into the chute, out, and then into the thing. This is its own engine. I'm surprised that this is like taking up like basically the shape of a good chunk of the other part of the base. This should, in theory, work. Now, we still don't have an output for science yet. How do I want to do that is a question. We could use the third lane here. Use filter, and then we'll filter for science packs. And just do something similar like this. This is like some space maxing design, and I'm really digging it. And then it just goes out into the thing. I don't remember why. Oh, I put this down here to limit how far it could see, right? I was like, I don't remember why this is a thing. And then the science spits out here, which goes to here, which then goes to the ship. Probably a better idea to keep it in a box right next to the ship, actually. Flux is the thing you solder with, of course. Oh, good point. Good point, good point. Speaking of soldering, I've always thought about this before. I always wanted to get into, like, working on, like, old... I say old, but it makes me feel old. I always wanted to get into, like, Game Boy repair and stuff. You know, like, old consoles. I always thought that'd be really fun. There was YouTube channels I used to watch a few years ago with stuff like that. I always thought it was so interesting. Maybe I'll learn it someday. But I also want to learn how to knit. So, like, I got a lot of things I want to work on. But I feel like that's, like, the best part of life is when you're at a point where you're like, I want to improve on a bunch of stuff and I want to learn a bunch of stuff. That's living. So this is going to have our stuff in it. We want to have two things active here. One of which is we want to have spoilage removed. Honest to goodness, spoilage removing here is actually like kind of gravy though. Almost gravy. Right, we learned the technique. We can now overplace it. That is so nice. And we could just have that feed right back in there. So we will do spoilage and then boom, our green science is stored here. Now, there are some other issues that are present. One, I don't really like... I mean, they last an hour, but if like the transit only takes like a minute or whatever, 2 minutes. If that takes so long to actually get there, like we could just be delivering spoilage if there's too much of it sitting in a box. This being said, we literally never want this machine to turn off ever. Because if this turns off, then we're going to have to go hunt more eggs, which is a real annoyance to deal with. So once we set this up and turn this on, we want to be like full stop sending science at all times. Which is fine, as long as the science spoils at one point. I don't think we're going to be able to fill up this box very quickly. Because like at this, like what are we doing? 0.75 per second times 6. So what, almost 50 per minute, or about 50 per minute. So that means 3,000 per hour. This box can hold like 4,800 of them. And they take an hour to spoil. So logically, this box, by the time that it's filled up, will be spoiling the old stuff and we'll just cycle. This one box should be sufficient for holding an hour of science. I think. I hope. That's what my logic is saying. So with that, though, we do have to deal with novice. Like, this isn't going to work anymore. We ran out of volcanist science. I wonder why. It's almost like someone's been dragging the Radiant Starfarer to Gleba every 2 minutes. Okay. You can go to novice. Sorry, Radiant Starfarer. So the question becomes... what do we do? I think the answer is go kill an egg raft, because I'm tired of looking at the ghost over here. And then gently turn on our machine and see if it starts running. And put like a handful of turrets here as like a contingency. Heck, I wish I could fit another turret here. I guess I can technically move this over slightly. I'm almost tempted to move the silo, but I think it's wasteful to do right now. Oh, but I really want to do it. No, I'm not going to do it right now. I don't think anything's going to really break in reality anyways. I think that it's very unlikely for anything to go super wrong, which is absolutely like famous last words. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I'll be eating the crap out of those words in just a little bit. But let me live in this moment of bliss where I haven't accidentally forgotten about the eggs in my pocket for a little while. Yeah, see, look, this works perfectly now with the priority. We're making ore, but we're not like taxing the bank too much. Now, the one downside of this is that because of how I set this up and without producing enough, iron ore will be the one that suffers the most. But I think there will be a point where we just kind of back up on, like, smelted products anyways. Okay, so I want to go kill some pentapods. Oh gosh, I feel like my brain is not in, like, combat mode right now, but that's fine. This hasn't even done a request yet, or maybe it's done a request, but only recently, so it looks like everything's fine. Just gonna burn the spoilage in my inventory to save some inventory spots. Pocket eggs are terrifying. Like, that'll get your heart going. Okay, everything seems to be working. As long as it has, like, a thing in there, it's fine. And then it just outputs the ore. This all seems to kind of work. I really like a few of the things I've done on here. It's very rare that I, like, design something and I'm like, I'm kind of proud of this. Holy cow, wait a minute. The seeds are actually starting to back up too. I did consider that a thing. We'll make an off-ramp to get rid of them at some point. I figured it would be a long time before we had to really face the reality of having too many seeds. I think that this will be enough. I don't think we need more than 30 tiles. Maybe we do. I don't quite remember. But we hadn't finished this off before when we finished the other one, so I figured it'd be nice to have them both finished. Hate that. We do, in fact, need slightly more. I'm so glad the factory didn't fully turn off. Like, restarting it from scratch was going to be a real nightmare, so I'm glad we didn't have to deal with that. Now, there is, like, something that's kind of eating away at me, and it's that our nutrients, and it makes sense, the longer they're on the belt, the less, like, juice they have in them by the end. So the long straight line belt is almost a detriment, but it's fine. Okay, so let's look for some bugaboos. There was clearly a lot of them over here. I don't really have a ton of ammo and stuff, though, to deal with them. I think I'm going to pack up the artillery and take it with me. And just take, like, a handful of shells. This is almost certainly a bad idea. It'll probably be fine. Uranium ammo, I've learned, goes, like, staggeringly hard. I'm glad that I made some of it and brought it with me before. Does this need power to run? Actually, surely not, because other turrets don't. Nope, just bullets. Okay. So let us peek and see what's going on over here. Why are there eggs over here? I must have blown up a nest and then left? I can't imagine another reason. Honestly, that is a almost disturbing amount of enemies here. There is a egg raft there. I could see this going a lot more than south, so I'm a little nervous. Yeah, it's gotta be the artillery for sure. Oh, right, I'm not gonna have power. I'm gonna have to hand feed it. No, 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 no. Yes, okay, we're fine. I saw it auto target and I was like, please, whatever you're about to pull is not worth it. Oh, that was so scary. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, let's focus on taking out the nests now. Dang, these fire heckin' quick now. I'm being wasteful. Alright, I need to grab the eggs. I thought you were dead. Oh, a stompy wompy. A thumpy wumper. That doesn't kill? Are you a medium one? We gotta go. Oh, okay. Wow, I thought we were just dead. I was like, I'm picking up the artillery and I'm leaving. There are a few egg rafts left up here. I think I'm gonna just leave them. I accidentally popped one, but that's okay. Yeah, that auto artillery kind of broke my heart, to be honest with you. That was terrifying. Okay, there's just 2 egg rafts here. They're little baby ones. We're gonna leave them. I do have 40 eggs on me, so let's do our best to not forget that there's 40 eggs on me. I can't believe I run out of bullets on that too. Oh man, that could have gone a lot worse. I really want to use these eggs to start the system now. I think I'm gonna try to. So, what do we want to do? I want to make a few of the biochambers, which take nutrients, which is why I can't make them right now. So let's go grab some biochambers. Oh man, I just took off my smartwatch a little bit ago too. Otherwise it'd have been like, hey, nice workout. You're killing it. I'd be like, thanks. Felt a year shave off my life. Okay, so I'm gonna plug everything in now. This might just go poorly, and if it does, so it goes. We'll fix it later. We'll be fine. It looks like everything is getting fed where it needs to. Oh, didn't connect here. Okay. I feel such urgency, even though we have like 20 minutes, it feels like no time at all. Okay. I'm going to hopefully finish these last few things, and then I'm going to put an egg into one of these and just watch it. We're not going to go crazy with all the eggs yet. We didn't set up the water. We have it plugged in, but we didn't actually do it. Okay, that's fine. The time is not that urgent. Stop being scared. I'm not scared, so you're not allowed to be scared either. Because if one of us is scared, the other one's going to be sympathetically scared. You know that, and we can't handle that right now. So, offshore pump. Oh, goodness. There's water right here. We're good. We're saved. I'm going to plug it in over here. The water does not go across on its own, so we will need to pipe that, but everything else is connected. As long as we make some connection with the pipe, we'll be good. I'm not scared. I'm glad one of us isn't. I'll stay strong because of your strength. This is such an excess of pipes, but I kind of love it. Oh, we're just about to make like 10 million premature eggs at once, and there's going to be nothing I could do about it. All right, so we are now producing excess pentapod eggs. We are now crafting them. Oh, okay. This is a fascinating problem to have. I forgot that they're priority. Heck it. Let's make a bunch of them. What's the worst that can happen? See, the thing is that the science packs are going to take priority on eating everything. I forgot about that with this design, which makes sense. That it kind of sushi belts, but that means that we need to take a little bit extra time to make it work. Some of these excess inserters kind of getting to me. Oh, this is freaking me out. Does it make them fresh when it makes them? That's an interesting thought. I'm gonna pick up one of the eggs that gets spit out next. They look fresh. Oh, there's also productivity on them. I didn't think about that. Not that it really matters. Yeah, okay, so the eggs they spit out are fresh. That's actually really comforting. That's way easier to work with. I thought it might take into account the pentapod egg requirement. Or, not requirement, but freshness. It looks like we actually crafted a little bit slow with this design, ruh-roh. It's not that big of a deal, but it turns out the red inserters just aren't pulling enough. Did they all get eaten and turned into science packs? Uh-oh. We need to grab some of these before they get eaten? Okay. So it turns out I'm too good at making science. Which is cool. But that's a real issue with this design. Oh wait, the artillery shell range went off. Did Novice already finish firing? Heck. It did. Imagine that we watched these all blow up. I didn't know that finished. I wanted to watch it. I was excited. Alright, let's not worry about science this second. How do I fix this problem? There's a great deal of spoilage coming through. Okay, done. So the eggs are going up, and then they're being used for science really quickly, and there's no eggs spitting out. I thought we would have excess eggs coming down here, but we're not. I can have it so that there's a priority for coming down here somewhere. The eggs don't actually get used up until here. I have an idea vaguely, but it's not great. Thankfully, we have time. We just need to, like, make it every time. Maybe slow nutrients made it so it wasn't making enough. That's an interesting idea, too. It might just be being consumed quicker than it can go out. I know there's something I should change, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I should really just change it so that this belt is going to be the nutrients, so that we can have a stack inserter do it. Which is unfortunate, but so it goes. Doesn't change too much for the design. But this is why we test it first. That's all going to spoil, that's going to go out. But then we can use stack inserters to grab what we need to grab. I should have thought about that in the first place. I didn't think we were going to go through nutrients that quickly, to be honest with you. This being said, we have one pentapod egg, and one pentapod egg is certainly enough for a dream. We can always hunt more. I did leave that raft too, so I'm like slightly dispirited, but it's not a big deal in reality. I could have just upgrade planted these, but then I could look at the angry ghost. Think about that. This is the wrong direction. Okay, so that's, I want the eggs to go. No, okay, I don't want these to be eggs at all. I need to like filter these because I'm getting confused. These are going to be nutrients. Perfect. So nutrients comes in here. Thankfully, again, this is just like, it spoils, it cleans out, it's empty. I'm for once very grateful for the spoilage because I feel like it lets me think a little bit. So I'm going to change this over and we're going to have this be the eggs because I don't think the eggs are going to be that bountiful of something to need to deal with like that. This will give the egg priority as well. Spoilage is dealt with, so it's fine. So now it should be easy enough to set the system back up. We want to fix this end part. This is like the big thing, because this is where the eggs come through, and we're going to need the nutrients to go down here. I'm going to hook this in basically whenever, because I want it to start getting the spoilage out. But we need to make sure that this belt can now go feed into the system. Which we will do with some underground action, I think. I'm still like, I know I'm not really like under a meaningful time crunch, but I really feel like I am. It's really just being cognizant of the fact that there's something in my pocket that's about to blow up. I did a, I've done archipelagos from time to time. If you guys aren't familiar, they're like randomizers, but you can play randomizers with other people, and they all like exist in the same world. They're wicked fun. Haven't done one for a while, but I've done them in the past, and one of my friends did a Factorio one, and in her Factorio archipelago, like basically if you find, like, if you research something in Factorio, it could be for someone else's game. It's like an interesting concept, but other people can find your researches and stuff too. And one of the things that she had loaded into it was just someone's item in some world was an atomic bomb trap that just launches an atomic bomb on where you're standing. And I kind of want that to just happen instead of these eggs like detonating, you know? I just want an atomic bomb in my pocket. So I am deliberately producing some pentapod eggs here just to refresh their timer. Egg spoil into nuclear explosion is really all I want. And I don't think that's too much for someone to ask for, to be honest with you. Okay, so this is still a spoil line on the outside, or is it no longer a spoil line? This is still a spoil line. Great. Put this at the end and just have output priority spoil. I don't even know if that's necessary, but it feels like it is. And just every now and then, we're just gonna make sure everything's good to go. Okay, so this one did not get the memo, so we will replace this really quick. So now eggs shoot out here and go upwards in here. Now the eggs should be going through the cycle properly. There should be enough nutrients to sustain it. I'm a little concerned with just going willy-nilly on the eggs, because the issue right now is that I haven't changed anything, so it's just all going to get turned into science at a priority. And that doesn't... I mean, it might fix my problem. It's just like, once we have enough, it'll fix my problem. But how do I get it jump-started? I can see how to get it jump-started real quick. I'm going to off-route the eggs down here, just for a second. Just so I can watch the eggs multiply and get really scared. I wasn't feeling stressed enough in the playthrough, and I think it's time to fix that. Okay, so the eggs now have a priority for down here. So now I'm going to put a few in each side and just hold a few in my hand. These will output eggs onto the belt, which will now come back through the system, which will be grabbed and made into more eggs. This is a proof of concept to see if this check for how many things are sitting here. It just suffices or not, basically. So far, so good. And again, every time it spits out a new egg, I didn't realize that every time it splits out a new egg, it's just 10 minutes of quality or 10 minutes of spoilage. That means that I need to stress so much less. It's literally just like, if there's a bunch of excess eggs here, we can dump them. That simple. I think 4 might be overkill, to be honest with you, or not overkill, underkill, because it's going to have to read like quite a bit here. So I'm going to set it, I don't even know what I'll set it at. It would be nicer if we had like one more space, so I'm actually going to move it down one. There. Okay, so now if there's more than 4, it just goes straight through here. So now we've begun our egg process. But my issue still becomes, I'm going to pick up a few eggs because we've gotten a bunch of extra going through now. My issue still becomes, is this enough? Let me turn this off for a little bit. No, probably turning it off is a bad idea. Oh, maybe I just turn off the output priority? Is that sufficient? I mean, if nothing else, that's like a really rudimentary way to make sure that half the eggs come back through, right? That should, in theory, be fine. The splitter at the top of the scary thing is holding eggs on the side. Which one? High up? Or did I fix it by pushing the button here? Near a top of egg production right below water pipe. Oh my god, I'm so panicked. This one! Oh no, that's a science pack one. I think? Right below water pipe. Water pipe, water pipe. Alright, let's mouse over water pipes. That is super spooky. I forgot why this was here. Oh, right, it was to limit how much was readable on here. That is a really good call out. I appreciate that. Honestly, reading this might not even matter, to be honest. If anything, it makes it to the... Oh, this is actually eating a crazy amount of nutrients, huh? Wait, this eats so much nutrients. Oh, no. Wait. No, wait, what? Yes? Is this fine? This is a lot of nutrients. There's an egg sitting on the ground there. Oh, God. Now, the bright side is we're actually producing science packs, like, no joke. The downside is, man, we're eating a lot of nutrients. I'm so shocked that it takes so much of this. I almost feel like I should cut this in half. I wouldn't have expected the nutrients to be so aggressive. I'm gonna try to cut out any superfluous splitters now. I don't have trust for them anymore. It's like 30 nutrients per egg breeding cycle. Holy. You should stream Genshin? I could stream Genshin. I haven't done Genshin story in a long time though or anything. Alright, so that's something worth noting is like... It's really just an output full kind of situation for us right now. Okay, so this saturates more than a bluebell. I'm thinking about getting a little funky with this. That's not exactly what I wanted to happen. I understand what went wrong. But hear me out. No, there's no way this is a good idea. I don't know an eloquent solution. Dedicating this much nutrients down here is like such a bad idea. This is a half of the base's nutrients. I can change the input priority to be just this one. I mean, maybe it'll be fine. This does seem to improve the throughput a little bit, maybe. This will really help it. I just don't want the base to suffer. I think I just need to make another one of these, to be honest. This does look better, but I think we just need to scale it up. The heating tower is almost hot enough to fuel a base, which is cool. Honestly, if this doesn't kunk the base, this might just be the solution. This certainly helped a lot. It doesn't look like the base is getting kunked either. Okay, so we're making Mondo science packs now, which is kind of cool. So I think it's time for the Artemis to request some, to be honest. We will do agricultural science packs. I mean, at this point, like, we're not going to put them on. We got to go remake the thing on Novice. I forgot about that. Where the heck's my science? There it is. How are we going to remake this to make it so spoilage can come out of it? Because I want to start using the science. Now that we're making it, there's no reason to not use it. But the question is how. Clearly this design's not going to work. I'm willing to bet I don't have science labs sitting around. Whoops. I somehow have some science labs sitting around. I'd really like to keep the grid design we have, but I just don't know how we would do that with it so close. Let me think. If I make them farther apart, like this, I can have them pass through like this, filter for spoilage like this. This kind of keeps the design. To be honest, I just make my construction robots remove the spoilage manually every so often until I rebuild for biolabs. Interesting. I've never used, I've never had a biolab before. I know that they exist, but that totally is an option. This doesn't work, right? Because it just stops there. Oh no! My beautiful grid design. All gone in an instant. Alright, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I can see a solution. Oh wait, they also need to pump in a whole extra lane of belts too, huh? I was just thinking we smack it on one of these belts, but that's not really an option. Alright. I'm going to... I don't think they'll put it in a storage box if I tell them to. I'm going to remake the science, though. I'm going to assume we're going to want one extra line for gleba science on the side. But I'm going to dismantle this all for now. Dang, my bots are super efficient. Well done, bots. You're killing it. I could do some belt weaving with splitters. No, splitters will be a little awkward. If it was one thing on each belt, it'd be a lot easier. How the heck do you get 9 science in one machine? I didn't think this would be the confusing part for me. No, I think I've kind of figured it out, all jokes aside. It is a little bit confusing, though. Alright, so... I think we're going to switch to... a much more, like, streamlined design. I hope that this can pull through quick enough. Are biolabs bigger? Can I place a biolab? No. I have to imagine biolabs are bigger than a 3x3. Are they 4x4s? I don't know how the heck you would fit in... Like, I could see myself fitting in agricultural and electromagnetic. But then I would struggle. They're 5x5s. Oh, okay. That seems a lot more bearable. Okay, cool. Cool. Whoops. I'm low-key super hungry, but I really want to, like, use my first gleba science. Same size as the foundry? Good to know. So I'm going to work to hopefully make that happen sooner than later. So, this general design, we're going to have our agricultural science and eventually our electromagnetic science come onto the bottom. Beforehand, we were running... You know what? Spacing these with... I actually don't know if it's more efficient to space them out with beacons. Can I fit beacons above? I don't think so. These beacons are same size. How efficient is a beacon? Is a beacon more efficient than one extra lab if I put speed in it? It's only speed 1s too, though. I don't have speed 2s. We'll see how quickly these produce. These are at 460 when they're buffed versus 250 without buff. So it'll be 750 for 3 that are buffed. It's more efficient to put a beacon with speed? Like, actually? Am I crazy? No. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It's so much more efficient. No, is it not? Oh god, my head. Alright, 460 plus 460 is 920 versus 750. Right, 5.6 times 2 is 11.2 versus 3.5 times 3, which is 11.5? No, 10.5. Wow, it's more efficient to run a beacon between them. That doesn't feel right to me. But it is. 10.5 versus 11.5. Okay, yeah, okay, it's cool. So that does change the design. There's going to be so much science in random boxes. Okay, so I need to break these down again. So I want a beacon here, and I need to put the beacon in such a way that it like barely touches the edge of the science. Because we're going to need to underground things over the beacon. I guess under the beacon. That means this is even more efficient with more speed modules too, which is crazy. Oh, I can double dip on beacons? The forbidden technique? No way. I don't even want to consider. Okay, I know what killed me. I see it in the chat log. How did it happen? They were the ones in my pocket. I forgot them. They were like the two I held onto just in case we forgot the eggs. Pocket egg. No. Thank goodness they didn't do any more harm. I was like, I'm gonna look back and there's just gonna be a big stomper on everything. That is a lot better than I thought it was. I genuinely thought there was just like the rocket was gone. We did forgo the pocket eggs though. The walk of shame. Truly the walk of shame. Thank goodness. I was like, how the heck did those spawn? Like there's no eggs around. They just straight up murdered me. I wish, all right, this is a little whiny and I'm sorry about it. I wish that I would just like pick up my armor first so that I could hold all the cool things in my inventory instead of picking it up last. Not a big deal, but I am going to whine about it. Okay, this does seem to be working. It looks like also the nutrients have all kind of like backed up. Everything is just kind of good now. This is making science packs. These are always running. It seems like my system with the ratios did work in the end, believe it or not. So that's cool. Great. Glad that we got to check on that. Back to novice. God, I can't believe that happened. I should make prod 2s. I don't think I've ever made them in this playthrough. I see. Okay, this is actually really weird. I thought this was going to be a lot easier than I thought. We don't want to pull. Okay. I see. This is actually easier than I thought, but also harder than I thought. But also much easier than I thought, so we'll take it. I just need to weave the belt through here, not like have it pulled through. I think. Oh god, my head. Yeah, no, this is fine. This makes complete sense. Okay. That one actually can stay. It's fine. You already took it. Good job, bot. Proud of you, bot. You're killing it. I kind of wish these were slightly to the side. There's going to be so much science in boxes. I know I keep saying that, but I'm really like living that reality right now. Okay, so now this should be fine. Because they'll pull what they need under the belts. Great. Wonderful. Gleba is just such a real thing for someone to say. So true. Respectfully, Gleba. Alright, so now... I think I need to do... What do I need to do? Copy to here? Okay, this has to go one further. That's the problem. I was like, something's not right here. I can't figure out what it is. You need to go one more. And then you need to be undergrounds, and then now we should be able to just tile this, I think. Yeah, that looks good. This is like so much more footprint and so much less eloquent than what I had before. But it accomplishes what I want it to, and that's the important thing. Also, it's probably going to eat a lot more power, but I don't think we've struggled yet since we set up nuclear, so I'm going to assume we're fine. So now we have the luxury of being able to set up one more line through these, which I should have done before. And this will be where the gleba science is. Why are you avoiding gleba? I'm not avoiding gleba. I mean, I just died. I'm on gleba, living the gleba lifestyle. I forgot the eggs in my pocket, which kind of snapped me back, but I just want to get my giant over here. All right, so, those are fine. We need to set this up like this. And then the important thing for this one is that at the very end, we have it so that spoilage out kunks. Can you take out the undergrounds immediately to the left of the beacon, or does it not reach underneath? Oh, that's not the... These ones? Okay, wait. I think I know what you're saying, but I think my brain is struggling real heckin' hard, RN. No, maybe it doesn't reach. I think it barely doesn't reach. Hold on. So if this is here, it maxes one tile too short, unfortunately. It's very close, though. That would be nice to be able to skip those ones. Assuming that's what you mean. Okay, so let's set these up. Get some power in here as well. Then we'll set up the spoilage offshoot. I don't actually have a heating tower here. So that's going to be going very temporarily into a box. Yeah, those you could slide the beacon over to the left. Oh, I didn't think about sliding the beacon one to the left. It doesn't even reach the other machine. Oh my god, you're so right. Good call. Heck, shows how often I use beacons, huh? That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. There's going to be so much science in boxes. I know I keep saying that, but it's just really funny to me. So now do you fit into the beacon? You still don't fit into the beacon. I guess I could just put beacons near you as well. It's a little less eloquent, but probably worth it to get the extra 2 beacons in. Keep up the good work. I appreciate it, Whip. Thank you, thank you. This is so confusing to make. Okay, so these hit here. These hit nothing now. I think I just need to like replace everything. I'm gonna disconnect these until I'm good and happy with this because I just keep wasting science. All right. So this contraption works. I could smack it even closer to it. Would that be beneficial, though? I don't really see a reason to. So So it goes under here. This needs to grab, but it also needs another underground here. So this is fine where this lab is currently. I just wish I could get these beacons to like fit somewhere here. Maybe I can? Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Silly me. Okay, yeah, this works. And that way I can do like even more of these if I want to use more speed modules on them. Okay, I kind of dig this. This is a lot more compact. This is way smarter. I appreciate it. Something, something, science in boxes. Let me get rid of these initial ones. God, the bots do such good work. Proud of them. They're killing it. All right, so this should be the general thing we can layer now, right? Yeah, it looks good. Except for these are like not in the right spot. Cool. I don't need the first one to be like that though. And does this look good then? It do look pretty good. While I'm at this, I'm going to move these. Okay, cool. I like it. We can slam 2 whole extra beacons down here if we want to. I'm not going to start with it. I don't think our power is going to be too conked, but I figure better safe than sorry. Oh, that's so cool. I really appreciate the help. Cool design. And so now we just stack this over and over again. Then filter that for spoilage. I'd like to put a heating tower there. I'll bring one back or perhaps craft one when I'm there at some point, just to kind of mash it all in there. Okay, so those are there. I still need to fill in where I'm going to make the electromagnetic science and agricultural, I think it's called, science come through, which will be roughly through here. I think we'll just turn this around and use this for agricultural. Guess I didn't have to place 2 of them. Cool, agricultural science. That will come out on this belt. We will then weave. Alright, cool. So, agricultural science has a place to go. We can theoretically use agricultural science now. Does agricultural science spoil quicker or slower with better quality? It does. So we definitely want to consider doing quality on those. But, look, baby steps right now. I just want to see if we can make it work. So I am going to put in a request. And then I'm going to change my rocket silo that it'll automatically request from space platforms. We'll ask the Artemis to check that the cargo is equal to, I guess greater than or equal to is fine. 1,000. A lot of it's getting close to spoiling, so we might not be able to use it super quickly, but I want to at least just put it through there. What is tree seeding? Collect tree seeds and plant them on grass or dirt. Cool. Sounds good to me. Carbon fiber is almost certainly something we need. Yeah, it looks like that's one of the primary like progression thingies. Ooh, spidertrons. I wonder what a kilo is like. I haven't really heard much about it. Certainly want to go for carbon fiber. Captivity. I don't know. I do want epic quality, but it's a little bit expensive. Advanced asteroid processing is probably super useful for when we're looking at things. I'm getting all excited now. Efficiency 3, heck yeah. Just queue them up. I'm excited for them. Fish breeding. I don't know why I would, but sure, I'm down. You know what? I'm going to just let it do its thing. Alright, so I'm going to hook everything in because I think that we're good enough now, to be honest. Clearly something didn't work because there's some really scrunky inserters. We do need to fix the power as well. All right, so science is now saturating our machines. I really don't know how this happened. I must have copy pasted something for, because these are all just loading one off. So I'm gonna just place them in the right spot now. All right, so science is now repopulating. Nature is healing, as they love to say. I put it on the wrong one, actually, looking at this. Looks like the gleba science is going to be on the top row, so we'll make sure it's there. All right, the Artemis has 1,000. You know, we'll ask for 2,000, I guess. Maybe 2,000's excessive. Oh, I put it on the wrong side. Okay, I see. So we will do add condition. I was like, why isn't it like filling up at all? Item count. Actually, I could just do request satisfied, right? Request for that satisfied. I'm going to remove passenger present, and now gleba is going. The Artemis is going to novice without me. I could hop on right now, but I think there's a little bit more I want to do here, and I just want to see how it does and if everything works. But I do have the luxury of leaving gleba now, and we've set up science, but I think that there's a few more things I want to work on, and I'm nervous that gleba's going to fall apart when I leave. I think that that is a distinct possibility. So I just want to make sure it's good. Maybe spend a few more hours here to make sure everything's looking okay. I really like the setup. I had no idea you could pick which request to be satisfied with that. Yeah. Honestly, like, I totally misunderstood ships for a long time. I still kind of don't, but, like, it's cool this way, so you can deliberately have something like this, rather than just, like, all requests. Alright, so it's stopped at novice now. Do I need to check off? I guess novice isn't requesting anything, is it? Okay, so I'm going to add a new one, and I'm going to just make a request for agricultural science pack. You'll request 2,000 of them. And then I want to go check the Artemis again, and I don't want it to leave until it has another stuff, and I want it to be I guess item count will be sufficient. For the agricultural science pack, we want to have 0 on board. There is a possibility that we have spoilage on the ship if we don't pay enough attention to it. So I want to make sure that Novice has a request for spoilage as well. It almost certainly won't be made ever. But there's our agricultural science. There it goes. We did it. Oh, that actually feels incredible, to be honest with you. I don't love that our science setup is no longer a cool box, but I could make it a cool box again if I wanted to. It'd just be a lot of extra work. But there we go. We are now doing tree seeding, our first agricultural science pack. How long did it take me? 55 hours is what we're at before. I'll update the save now. Took me 61 hours. Look, that's not bad. We'll take it though. That's a good vibe. The Starfarer is also doing its deliveries on its own. Oh, I'm so proud of the Artemis. I don't know why. The Radiant Starfarer is just like, it did everything. It was super capable. The Artemis was fine too. We're gonna have to make another ship soon because I think we might touch up Gleba a little bit more, but assuming that the science will just kind of work on its own, I don't really see a reason to go too crazy on it. We might want to scale up the science a bit. But there's tree seeding done. Probably not the most important science, but certainly a science. What's our science per minute like? A lot lower than it was before. It looks like we were sitting at about 120 before, and we're now down to 60. So our research is a lot slower, which I guess makes sense. I was hoping the speed modules would fix it. How's our power doing? Now, what if I hypothetically added in more beacons and speed modules? I should make speed 2s. That's what I'm probably going to do next. Go back to Novice and touch up this stuff. There is like a soft cap on speed, right? Maybe I'm already at it. Is it 425? No, it's at 513. Maybe there's not a cap. I thought there was. No, we're already going through all of our agricultural science. A fleeting moment with it. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. All right, so how much agricultural science? We've already built up like a huge boon of it. So I think I want to, that's going to be the plans. I'm going to go get something to eat though, because I'm getting pretty hungry. I actually didn't realize it was so late already. But I do think I am going to wrap up here. But I think the plan next time is going to be trying to work on the ships really. I want this ship to be a lot more self-sufficient and a lot quicker in recharging. I don't really know how to accomplish that, but we'll probably figure it out. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat. I'm starving. Thanks for hanging around, though. It was a lot of fun. Good progress in Gleba today, too. I like how everything came out. I appreciate all the advice and stuff, too. It genuinely is, super nice. Either way, hopefully you had fun. Thanks for watching. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.